Did you try your best, but you were not sure? You were not sure if it worked or not. Or you were confident. Okay, don't worry, I know what to do. I know how to deal with you today. Yes? Do I scroll down? Is it okay to scroll down? Yes. All right, thank you very much. Okay, so this says imagine a child, but you guys work with, I take it that you work with elderly people. So just imagine that an elderly resident refuses to tidy up the environment or refuses to do something. What would you do? Would you gently explain why it matters and offer to help? Will you take away the chore that you want them to do? Excuse me, or will you ignore and clean up by yourself? Just so that you avoid conflict. So imagine that a resident refuses to do something that you've asked them to do. Would you gently explain why that thing you want them to do is important? Will you take away that thing that you want them to do, just take it out of the way, or will you just ignore? Yes? Okay, should I scroll down? All right. So an elderly resident that keeps refusing meals, okay, what's your first step? You have an elderly resident that keeps refusing to eat. What would be your first step? Will you ask if they are in pain or dislike the food? Will you insist they eat because it's good for them? Would you let them skip the meal and then try again later? Okay, do I scroll down? All right. What's the hardest behavior to manage right now? Okay, is it aggression? Is it refusal to participate? Is it anxiety, withdrawal, or what other thing are you dealing with that isn't here? What's the hardest behavior to manage for you right now? Is it aggression? Is it refusal to participate? Is it withdrawal, anxiety? Or is it something else that isn't stated there? So aggression is hitting, shouting, pushing. It's just no, leave me alone, I don't want to do. Yes, it's just a case of non-compliance. Withdrawal, the person who always wants to be by themselves. Anxiety, you can just see that there's something going on, they are not settled. Okay, do we scroll down? Okay. What's one thing you wish people understood about your work? So this does not have any option, of course. What's the one thing you wish people understood about your work? I like that t-shirt. I became a caregiver because life is what? My time. So what's a strategy that works for you? Yes, in dealing with situations. Is it singing to calm the adults? Is it using visual schedules or a timetable? Yes? What is it that has worked for you? What strategy have you used, to deal with situations that are difficult that has worked for you? That too is something you need to just write, respond to. Should I scroll down? All right. Can I scroll down now? All right, thank you. Okay, so when you hear positive reinforcement, what comes to mind? When you hear the term positive reinforcement, what comes to mind? Okay, so what do you picture? What do you understand by the term positive reinforcement? Is it rewards like praise or stickers for good behavior? Is it something theoretical that, you don't, so something theoretical is it just big grammar? I beg, like the radius of a circle, I know it, but of what use has it been for me since I've left, since I've done primary 6 exam? How many times have I said, oh, radius of a circle, let me, what good has it been for me? So that's something that is theoretical that is of no use, well, not that it's of no use, but you don't use it often, or you really don't have use for it in your line of work, as it were. So is positive reinforcement just something theoretical, okay? Or you're not sure? So you need somebody to give an example, or not sure, you don't know what it is. So there are 3 options there. Do you think it's something like praise or stickers for good behavior? Do you think it's something theoretical, or you're not sure? Should I scroll down? Okay. How would you describe a trigger to a new caregiver? Yes? Would you say a trigger is something that upsets a resident like loud noises? Would you say it's a rule that must be followed? Or you're not entirely clear on this term, you don't know what it is? Yes, so how would you explain to a new caregiver what a trigger is? How would you describe a trigger to a new caregiver? Would you describe it as something that upsets a resident like loud noises? Thank you. So that's a true or false response. So ignoring a behavior makes it stop. Do you think that is true or false? Or true, false, oh sorry, there are 3 options. True, false, or it depends. Sometimes it works. Okay, do I go to the next one? All right, thank you. So antecedent sounds technical. Can you think of an example from your work, e.g., maybe a resident hits others when the room is too crowded, or a resident yells when there's loud music? The crowded room is the antecedent. Now, all of these things in the brackets is explaining what antecedent, because that's what a bracket does. It gives further explanation to something that has been said prior. Yes? Okay. So is that a term or concept you've heard but don't fully understand? Now, we've talked about a few concepts, all right? We've talked about, you've seen positive reinforcement, isn't it? You've seen trigger, you've seen antecedent, yes? So is there a term that you've just seen now that you don't understand? Or that you've just heard, that I've just spoken about, that you don't understand? We've said positive reinforcement, we've said trigger, we've said antecedent. Yes? Okay, so what's the one thing you hope to take away from this training? Now that's really important. What's the one thing you hope to take away from this training? Because I think we're going to do this until 11, then when you take the, I think that's when we should do this. When we take the tea break, I will have a look at these things that you've written, because that will now make me see, especially this one that you're writing now, what you wish to take away from the training, yes? Then I will just take a few moments, while you guys are having your tea break, I will take a few moments to adjust my slides or to put more information there based on this feedback that you're giving me, yes? So I will just do my preamble, that is introduce you to the science, as I said, just get you familiar with it before we now go into the whatever strategies that we're talking about. So this response is really, really important. It's why I said everything I just said now. So what's the one thing you hope to take away from this training? Ways to calm situations without raising my... these are just examples. This may not be what you want to take away. Yes? So at the end of this training, what would you want to do better? You know, what would you want to learn how to do better? Yes. Okay, and then, pardon me, is there anything else you'd like me to know? Okay. It can be about your special situation at the residence where you work, because it's not, what do you call the places where you are? Just, they're residentials for the elderly. Residential homes, okay. So I just want to be using the right terms. Okay, so in the residential home where you are. So that would be additional information. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like me to know? Yes? Yes, so are we done there? Okay, so if we're done from the back, just pass it until it comes to the front. Make sure you have your name written on it, yes? So if you're done, just pass it until it comes to the front. Okay, if we're done, can we quickly do that? Just pass the sheet of paper. Are you still writing? Okay, when you're done writing, let's go, pardon me. Scroll down, okay. I don't think there's anything else, because if I scroll, this is down, you mean go up. Okay. Pardon me. Just tell me, ask me, I'll respond. Is that a problem? Okay. Is it clear now? Okay. Having the same problem again today with this thing. Yeah, having the same problem. Okay, so let me carry on until this happens. So as I was saying at the beginning, before we go into like the details or the nitty-gritty, the first thing I would like us to cover is just to introduce you to the science of applied behavior analysis, okay? So every field, if you say every field of science has an area of expertise that it is focused on. There's no field of science that does not have its own area of focus. Now, behavior analysis, okay? Behavior analysis, with the principle of behaviorism or the theories of behaviorism, as it were, is focused on how and why people behave. The interest and the focus of this science is the how and why of people's behavior. All right? It is called behaviorism, okay? But the science is the science of behavior analysis. So that kind of explains itself. It's a science that is analyzing behavior. It's a science about how and why people behave. The how and why of human behavior. Now, the key point of this science is that what people do can be understood. I can understand why you're looking at me the way you're looking at me now. I can understand it. It's not a mystery. I can understand why you're raising your camera to take the picture of the screen. I can understand it. It's not a mystery. Okay? I can understand why when you walk into this hall, you did not walk, you walked in the middle. Yes? I can understand it. I can understand why when you walked into the hall, you sat down on the chair and you did not sit on the floor. I can understand it. Or why you didn't go to the stage. What people do is not a mystery. It can be understood. So traditionally, people feel that I'm mostly psychologists and, I study psychology, so I know that the things that people do is because of what we feel. I'm doing something because I feel or because I want. This science differs on that you don't do things because of what you feel or what you want. It differs on that. Okay? Or what we calculate, etc., etc. No. But we don't have to think about behavior. No, you don't have to think about behavior that way because behavior is actually not that way. Okay? It isn't. So in behaviorism, we look upon, the behavior has its own process. It has its own causes. And those causes are found where? In the external environment. The reason why you do the things that you do, or the reason why human beings or organisms behave the way they do, can be found in the external environment. It can be found in the external environment. That's the overarching theory of this science, the science of behavior analysis. Now, there are three parts to this science. So this science of behavior analysis that is focused on how and why people behave has three branches. The first one, now, all of these things that I'm saying is just what? To introduce you to the science, to let you know, so have an understanding, just like a preamble, like this is the foundation. Get to know the science of ABA. Now, there are three sides, there are three branches in the science. There's the philosophy of the science. Now, when you talk about philosophy, you're talking about theorizing, people coming up with theories and propounding theories about human behavior. Okay? The second part of the science is the experimental part of the science. Okay? Experimental behavior analysis. Now, that is people taking the theories that have been propounded and just going into really structured clinical environments, not natural environments, like laboratories, okay? And they try to prove those theories, all right? They try to prove the theories that the philosophical part of the science is propounding to see in this, our lab, let us see whether this is true, just as a mental exercise, as contributing to a body of knowledge, okay? We're doing it we're doing it because we want to prove, just for mental exercise, to get knowledge about things, not for solving any problem. We're not doing it because we're faced with a problem. We're doing it just because we want to experiment to see whether these theories are true or not. Now, the third part of the science, which is, the part where operating in is the applied part of the science, and that is applied behavior analysis. Now, the word applied in front of the science of behavior analysis tells you something. Because when you hear the word applied, what comes to your mind when you hear applied? Pardon me? Real facts, okay. When you hear applied, pardon me? Implementation, yes. Yeah, to apply something. To apply something, to use. When you talk about apply, it means the thing you are using it. You are using it to do something. So in the third part of the science is the part of the science that uses those theories that have been propounded and that have been the experiments about human behavior that has come out from the experimental part of the science. We now take this here and then we apply them to real life situations. So we're basically the part of the science of behavior analysis that fixes problems of human behavior. So our job is to fix the problem of human behavior because we are the applied part of the science. This part of the science is a science that does action. We do. We don't talk. The problem comes. We are not talking. It is schizophrenia. Look at dementia. These are no. What are the deficits? What is to be done? Let's fix it. Okay. That is the part of our science. That's what we do. I'm going to skip that because yes. So what is ABA? I've explained a bit of it. Okay, it's a science devoted to the understanding and improvement of human behavior. To the understanding and the improvement of human behavior. Now, I will keep saying a lot of times that it is a science because that is very important. Because when you hear that something is a science, what information does it give you about that field? What does it say to you? I'm saying ABA is a science. So what impression do you have of ABA already? Just because I'm saying it's a science. What are the characteristics that you know of any field of science? Like, chemistry is a science, so biology is, what? It can be studied. Yes, it can be studied. It's a body of facts. It can be proved. Yes, it's not anecdotal. It's not subjective. It is objective. It's not, it used to work with Auntie Shola, but when Auntie Moni tried it, it didn't work, A science is 1 + 1 is 2. Whether you are in Mars or you go under the water. It's a fact. So a scientific body is, scientific field is a body of facts. And the facts have been proven. Yes, it's a body of evidence. So applied behavior analysis is a science. It is a science. It's devoted to the understanding and improvement of human behavior. Applied behavior analysis is about what? It's an approach for discovering what? Environmental variables. When you talk about environmental variables, you're talking about environmental what? What is another word that can replace variables? Environmental factors. Environmental factors. And when you are talking about environmental, what comes to your mind? Physical, it can be physical environment, but also know that we have internal environments. Okay, there's a physical environment and there's also the internal environment. So all of that comes under environmental, factors that reliably influence. You see, I'll put environmental factors there and I'll put socially significant behaviors out in red because they're two important things for the science of applied behavior analysis. Environmental factors and socially significant behaviors. The behaviors that we pay attention to are behaviors that are important for the individual. Okay, behaviors that are important for the individual to integrate within their immediate environment and in the general community. We don't just pay attention to every kind of behavior, just the important ones, and that's what we consider to be socially significant behaviors. And aside from discovering the environmental factors that affect behavior and what behaviors, socially significant behaviors, we also pay attention to developing technology. So when you talk about technology, it's about to do something, yes? A way of doing something, okay? We propound technologies, and those technologies are the strategies for doing what? For bringing about the change in behavior, all right? So we take advantage of all the theories and all the experiments that have been done, and we make sure that we have a technology, a way of doing something, yes? To change, to understand, not just to understand, but also to change human behavior. All right, I've talked about this. If you remember, yes, have I? Yes, I've talked about this. We talked about behaviorism, focuses on the worldview. We talked about the experimental analysis of behavior. And then we talked about behavior analysis, which is the one that we should pay attention to, because that is the one that concerns us. Applied behavior analysis focuses on solving problems of social importance using the principles and procedures of behavior analysis. Okay, so let's get into it a bit more. Behavior analysis is the science of studying how we can arrange our environments. I need us to pay attention to those words that I read and think deeply of them. How we can arrange our environment to make it very likely that the behaviors we want to be probable enough, and to make unlikely the behaviors we want to be improbable. Now let me explain that very simply. If the sides are, no, they're not completely free, but imagine that there's that tripod there, and we have 5 tripods lined along there, okay? And we have 5 tripods, you know, the ones I'm calling the tripods. The tripod stands for the camera. Imagine you have 6 or 7 lying there, and you have 6 or 7 lying there, okay? If you walk into this place, how would you approach your seat? From which place would you approach your seat? From the middle. Did anybody have to tell you that? What has made you approach your seat from the middle? Because of the arrangements of the what? Of the environment. The environment has been arranged in such a way that you don't have a choice in the matter. You can feel like going this way, or feel like going that way, or want to, but there's only one thing to do, and that is walk in the middle to your seat. If I even take it a step further, and I say to myself that as people come into this hall, I want the front seats to be filled first before people can go to the next seat. Not so. If I know of a culture that you have in your orphanages, you know, or I can begin to put stuff on the chairs, yes? I can begin to put stuff on the chairs that will shape that behavior. I can decide what to put on the chairs that you will think 3 times about removing before you sit down. If I put commissioner, or something, permanent secretary, are you going to go and plonk yourself on that chair? No. You will say, no, okay. Has anybody told you anything? And as the front seat fill up, if I now remove the paper, do you see? Yeah? As people come in. So arrangements of environments can do what? We can arrange the environment to make it more likely that what I want you to do is what you do. More likely that you will do it than do something that I don't want you to do. That is what this science says. That's what it says. That's simply what this is. So behaviorism is understanding how the environment works. To understand how the environment works, so that we can make ourselves smarter, of course, more organized, more responsible, so that you can encounter fewer punishments and fewer disappointments. So a central point of behaviorism is this: we can remake our environment to accomplish things more easily than you can remake yourself. Take that in for a moment. So no matter how you feel, or what you're thinking, or the kind of personality, whether you are sanguine, or because some people still go by those things, or you are choleric, or whatever personality. If I arrange my tripod here, arrange my tripod there, and leave the middle open, you are not going to say, I'm sanguine. We used to just want to. You will just walk in the middle and sit down. Yeah, okay, all right. So that is. So the central point is that we can remake our environment more than you can remake yourself. I can remake the environment to make you behave in a certain way. There are a few ACs here now, and if imagine that we bring in 5 more ACs here, and then we put everything on 16, okay, with a spaghetti strap. Your physiology is literally going to change. If you stay there and they lock you in for a few hours, you could possibly die. That environment will change your physiology. Okay, so it is easier to manipulate the environment than to go inside a person and begin to operate on them. Yes? Okay, that's simply what this is. So yeah? All right. Okay, I'm going to make this a bit smaller. Okay, I'm just going to bungle it up if I keep doing that. All right, so first, the practice of applied behavior is guided by attitudes and methods. You see, it's very important that you look at this and approach it and know that it is a science. I cannot emphasize that enough. And in a few moments, I will tell you why, okay, why I can't emphasize that enough. Second, all behavior change procedures, all the things we do are described and implemented in a systematic and technological manner. Third, not any means of changing behavior qualifies as behavior analysis, because there are so many things you can do to change human behavior, but they do not qualify. It is only those that do what? Only procedures that are conceptually derived. Now, what does that mean? Only procedures that you can trace to a principle in the science of behavior. Okay, so it's not just anything that you do, yes, to change human behavior. You say, oh, I just did ABA. No. It is only those that you can link to what? That you can link to the principles of behavior. Okay? The focus of the science is socially significant behaviors. And applied behavior analysis seeks to implement meaningful improvement in important behavior and to produce the analysis of the factors. That is, we can show you that it is what we're doing that is making the difference, okay? All right? All right, so I've kind of mentioned this, but I do not mind reiterating, that is saying it over and over again, because it's important. It's important to know that the focus on objectively defined behaviors of social significance, that we intervene to improve behaviors on the study, and we can demonstrate that it is what we're doing that is bringing about the change, and that we use scientific methods. So that's another reason why we say it is a science, because in the process of the change in behavior, we function on these levels of understanding, okay? We're observing, we're taking a lot of data, and we're carrying out, and we're doing quite a few experiments, yes, here and there, all right? So the overall goal of science is to achieve the thorough understanding of a phenomena under study, and that is what this science has done. It has achieved a thorough understanding of human behavior and how human behavior can be improved. So note that one of the reasons I say this is a science is that it differs from other sources of knowledge. Okay, it is not contemplation. It's not common sense. It's not logic. It's not something that an authority figure has said or a spiritual figure. It's not political. It's not any of those. It is a science. Yes? And we're not just saying it is a science. We say it is a science because it has all the characteristics of any field of science. Okay? And those characteristics, as I mentioned earlier on, are these 3 levels of understanding. Every field of science has these 3 levels of understanding. You have description. Let me take your mind back to your secondary school biology. Okay? Secondary school biology. So you have a plant. You know when they bring that plant and if they say, maybe the plant is not doing well, the leaves are yellow. Then they say, that's your observation, that's your description. That's the level of description. The plant is yellow. The leaves are withering. That's your description. Now your prediction, then we now say, okay, why do you think, because that's a scientific field, you come up with I think the leaves are yellow because it's not getting sunlight. Or your person will say, no, it's yellow because you're not putting enough water. Is it okay? That is your field of prediction. That's your level of prediction. Every field of science goes through that. Okay? There's a description. This is what is happening. This is what I can observe. Then you come out with a hypothesis, a prediction that this my observation is as a result of this. Then you move from that level to control, to proving that it is indeed light, no sunlight that is making the leaves yellow, or no water. Then you begin that isolation. Okay, you have other plants, you put it here, that experiment, etc., and then you arrive whether to disprove your hypothesis or to hold on to it that, okay, it was lack of sunlight or this plant was really not getting enough water. Yes? So ABA has these 3 levels of understanding. Yes, we have these 3 levels of understanding. I just explained what your descriptive is from that simple explanation with the biology thing. Descriptive knowledge consists of a collection of facts that you have observed about something. Every field of science does that. Yes, and we do that in ABA as well. Okay, so repeat your prediction. So your repeated observation reveal to you that 2 things are happening at the same time. Okay, 2 things are happening at the same time. Or when it is winter, birds do this. When it is this time of the day, this resident does this. In the morning, when they wake up, this is what they do. In the afternoon, this is what I observe that they do. Anytime we say, let us go outside, this is what, you just begin to see, you observe that 2 things are occurring together. All right? And then the third part is you actually saying with a level of confidence that is because of this that this is happening. Yes, the ability to predict with a degree of confidence. Okay? There are a few things that I'm going to say about ABA, okay, or try and explain, yes? But I need to say that for you to practice a science is not because you are saying that you're practicing a science, or you're not a scientist because you're wearing a lab coat or you have a test tube. No, you are a scientist because of the way you do things. A field is a field of science because of the way the people in that field do things, because of the way things are done in that field of the science. Yes? So that is very important. So science is a systematic approach to the understanding of things, okay? And it is not just science because we say that it is science. So these are the attitudes of science. Any field of science, we do things like this. And ABA does things like this. So there's determinism. Determinism is the foundation of scientific work. That is what drives the field of science. Now let me explain it. Determinism. To function in the office of ABA, you must not say something like, he's just doing it. That's how he does, oh. There's no, why is he saying, there's no reason. That's what just they do. No reason, just they do them like that. Determinism says that there's a reason for everything an organism does. Things do not just happen nilly-willy. So you must get that into your head, first and foremost, to practice this science, that this residence is doing this for a reason. I may not know the reason. I can now begin to observe the things that happen around the behavior to see if we can extrapolate the reason for what they're doing. But there is a reason. There's a reason for what they're doing. Okay? That is determinism. Empiricism, of course, is objective observation. Objective observation means that you're taking data in a particular way. But I'm not going to concern you with a lot of that, yes? Just observing what is happening, yeah? Experimentation, of course, yeah? Then replication, every body of science, replication means that it's the strategies that you will use, it's not only you that it will work for, it will work for other people. Other people can do it over and over again, it will work. Then mattress, okay? Is it sinking in the mattress? Okay, is it sinking in the middle? Is that simple explanation must be eliminated. Science. To do that, when you do that, you are practicing, it's an attitude of science. Yes, when you say to yourself, this thing is not just happening, there's a reason why it is happening. When you are observing to find out why it is, the things that are happening around it, those are attitudes of science. And those are some attitudes in ABA. Now, this science has what we call 7 features. 7 features that will help you know also that you are doing ABA, or that's what you are practicing. Yes? We'll quickly talk about that. The first one is that it is applied. So what does that mean? The field focuses on changing behaviors that are important to the individual. So we are not focusing on behaviors that are not important to the individual. Important to the individual, important to the family, important to the society. The principles of procedures of ABA are powerful and could be used to change just about any behavior. But we believe that it is crucial to use the limited amount of time and resources to focus on behaviors that matter and are most relevant. So the only behaviors that we focus on are behaviors that are important. And if I ask you, what are some of those behaviors that are important in your residential houses? What are some behaviors that are important to focus on? Pardon me? Aggression, lack of aggression. What else? Non-compliance. Do you see? Aggression, non-compliance. What else? Over-demanding, overly demanding. Withdrawal. Okay? These are because when people are aggressive, what does it do? Does it increase their social interaction? No, it restricts their world. It makes their world smaller and smaller until nobody wants to interact with them anymore. So, not being aggressive, addressing that is doing something that is socially significant. So, teaching social skills, yeah? How to interact with people, those are socially significant behaviors, yeah? So, those are the sort of the behaviors that will open up a person's social world. Okay, their interaction with other people. Those are the things we consider to be socially significant behaviors. Yes, so analytic means that we can demonstrate, okay? We can demonstrate in the science that it is the intervention that we put in place that is bringing about the change, okay? We can demonstrate that it's the intervention we put in place that is bringing about the change. Behavioral means that the behaviors that we choose must be things that we can see and we can describe. Because if you cannot see something and describe it, you cannot measure it. You can't measure it. And being able to measure what is going on. So as a table has dimensions, behaviors have dimensions that we can measure. Because if you put in an intervention, for example, and you're not able to take any kind of measurement, you can't know whether you're making progress or not, and that can be quite discouraging. You can become discouraged because I don't even know if this thing is working. So we're a very data-driven field. We have dimensions. So behavior, anything that you cannot count, how many times it's happening, you cannot see the frequency of it, you cannot know the duration of it, you cannot see the intensity of it. It's not something to focus on. We don't focus on it because you cannot claim to improve it. Okay, technological. Yes, technology is the application of scientific knowledge for practical purpose. Okay, so our procedures are well stated out. Okay, well stated out so that people can follow through with what it is that has been written. This is very important. It's very important. So, conceptually systematic, okay, means that the things that we do, all the strategies that we do, all the strategies that we employ for the change in behavior must point to the principles of the science. So if I'm doing anything and I cannot tie it to any principle of the science has principles. If I cannot say this strategy is from this principle, you are not doing ABA. It's not ABA that you're doing. Because any strategy that you employ, if you're practicing ABA, you must be tied to a principle. You must be able to tie it to a principle, okay, of the science. And ABA is effective. It is successful in producing desired or intended results. It's an effective science of change in human behavior. It's very effective. It's effective and it's also efficient. Can do things very quickly. Yeah? It's not just effective, it is also efficient. Okay? It produces results in other environments where the behavior has not been taught. Okay? It's able to do that because that is another feature of ABA. If I'm teaching somebody something in a residential house and when they go outside, for example, you teach a resident to use the bathroom and when you take them to the cinema, they cannot use the bathroom. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. Yes, because if you are doing it as it should, then there should be that generality. Yes, we must make sure. So we make sure that there's generalization. Yes, of the things that we do. Okay, ABA is also accountable. We are an accountable science. We're accountable because we're taking direct and frequent measurements to say, okay, it is what we're doing. We're accountable to the stakeholders, people that, the family members, the person that, you are carrying the interventions for. We are public. There's nothing to hide. ABA is doable, okay? And ABA is also empowering because if you do something and you see the required result, it kind of gives you confidence and it empowers you to do more. It makes us optimistic. Yes, it keeps up our optimism. Because we know that once we go into an environment and we redesign it, we can prevent certain things from happening and we can have better outcomes. Yes? So, what we say in ABA is why not? Why not? Why not? Why not has been a central part of ABA. It has. Why would we assume that this person with a developmental disability or this person with a condition is not able to learn or do things that other people can do? Our challenge is why not? Why can't they? They can. They can with the strategies of our science and the things that we put in place. In this science, we do not believe that there are people that cannot be taught. We do not believe that. So some of us have ignored both the thesis that all persons are educable and the thesis that some persons are ineducable, and instead have experimented with ways to teach some previously unteachable people. So people have said this person cannot do this, or they are not able to do this. We have taken up the challenge to say, and I've seen it happen over and over again. people that people have said, oh, these people are uneducable, oh, they cannot learn, okay, they are not able to do. We have made it possible for them to do. Now that we've talked about so many things, you know, we've gone up and down, we've done behavior, this is this, that is that. It is important to now come to the crux of this. Because we'll be talking about that ABA is a science that focuses on human behavior, how and why people behave, etc., etc. So, at this point, you will now say to me, okay, we've come here where I say, what exactly is behavior? What exactly is behavior? Behavior is the activity of living organisms. I put that word activity in red because I want it to stand out. Activity is what? When you hear about activity, what comes to mind? Yes, give me a part of speech that I can put there instead of activity. Now this is the teacher inside me. Give me a part of speech that can replace activity. Part of speech. What are your parts of speech? Noun, proverb, adjective, conjunction. So a part of speech that you can replace with activity will be what? Will be a verb. Will be a verb. Verbs are action words, okay? Verbs are action words. So behavior is every action of living organisms, okay? Everything that people do, everything that organisms do is behavior. Anything that you can, as you're sitting down and thinking about it, that's your thinking is behavior. That's your thought. You know, the way you're thinking is behavior. Everything that a human being does is behavior, including how they move, what they say, think, and feel.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the great transmission. I'd like to announce the presence of our grand patron, First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Yesterday we had something similar for the orphanage. I think our facilitator, I remember we met, I wasn't sure whether you would come back. So I'm so super excited to see you. Thank you very much. I'm sure our topic of behavior, the way it applies to the elders is different from the way it applies to the different people. So it's only people that were here yesterday. Are you able to compare?
Sorry, I want to switch your mic.
I wish.
I want to switch your mic.
Fine. Thank you. I wish I was able to sit down with you and also benefit from this lecture. But, you know, duty calls and I have to go to many places. But I hope it's worth your time. I hope it's worth your time. I hope you're learning so many things. Did you do a pre-test for them, ma?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay. So you're going to do a post-test too?
Yes, we'll apply that today.
Okay, that's good. So that they'll be able to appreciate the knowledge that has transpired in and out and hopefully learn new things. Like I said, I wish I could stay and learn as you're learning. The short clip video that I wanted you to show, I think they'll show you later in the interlude, to appreciate what our elders go through, how they think, how they move about, so that we too can be very patient when we're working with them and understand what they're going through. Different elders are going through different moments in their life, and so we as carers have to appreciate what they're going through and not be grouchy, be very patient, and just flow along when we work with them. I know you're doing a wonderful work out there, and so on behalf of all our elders, I want to say thank you. Thank you for taking care of all of them in the various homes. I know it's not easy taking care of elders, because some of them can be very grouchy, some of them can be naughty, and some of them, for circumstances beyond their own control. But for you to have a passion to do that work, for you to appreciate what they're going through, I need to say thank you very much. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you very much. I'll just take the back seats, and I'll be listening to what our facilitator is teaching us. So I'm a student now, like each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
An executive student.
Can I get the guy with the IT guy? No, but I want to flip. I want to go to another slide. Yes. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought that was what you did. Yeah, I wanted it all because I want to go on to another slide. Okay. Can you put it, pictures of the slides, all of that is behavior. So the pictures of the slides, all of that is, what's behavior is activity and movement. That is very key. And why is this key? It is key because when you begin to look at behaviors that you want to work on, or decide on behaviors that you want to deal with in your different homes, you have to be thinking of activity. You have to be thinking of something that you can see, that you can describe, okay? So something like that would be an example of what? No, give me a proper example of a behavior, going by this definition, that it is something that, everything that a person does. Pardon me? So sitting, what else? But remember we said we look at socially significant behaviors. Bathing, yes, bathing. Those are things that you can observe, things that you can see, and you can take measurement on how it is going, yes? Whether the person is doing it properly or they're not doing it properly. You can take measurements, you can take data, yes? So things like what? Eating, the way somebody eats. Yes, that is behavior as well. Eating is behavior. It is important to know because the behavior of an organism is about action. What the organism is doing, okay, is about action. It's about action, it's about movement. It's about displacement, time passing because you're doing something, okay? This is the technical definition of behavior in the science, all right? This is a technical definition of behavior in the science. You shouldn't pay over pay so much attention to it, yes? But know that behavior is action. Behavior is something that something that a human being does. So a quick demonstration of this is when you say behavior is behavior of our organism is that portion of our organism that is interacting with the environment. So if I hold up my hand like this is my hand, and I begin to wave it like this, I'm just trying to demonstrate this definition to you. Okay, so that it's not something that you don't understand, yes? So take, for instance, this my hand. It's a portion of me, Abi. I'm an organism. I'm behaving, isn't it? Because my hand is moving. Now, when my hand is here, okay, and I take it this way, what has happened? Is my hand still in the same place? No, it has moved in space. It has moved in space. So you say there's a displacement of what? Space. Yes? And it has also moved in time, has it not? Yes. Because the time that my hand was here and the time that goes there is not different. It's different. And aside from that, when my hand is here, the environment is one way, isn't it? When I move my hand this way, the environment is another way. So there's a change in the environment. There's a displacement of space and there's a displacement in time. That is simply what that means. And that is simply trying to buttress the fact that behavior is about action. Now, why am I emphasizing this? Because when you begin to practice, okay, and operate some strategies, the only thing that you should put those strategies to use for are actions, behaviors that you can observe. So give you a typical example of something that you cannot observe. Can you observe hunger? Why? Why can you not observe hunger? No, you have access to what the person does when they are hungry. Yes. Some people will cry when they are hungry. They can begin to complain. They can begin to talk, say certain things. They will become abusive when they are hungry. You have access to that. You can observe that. You can measure that. Okay? You can measure that. So it's important to know that the behaviors that we focus on are behaviors that are what? Observable and what? And measurable. Don't mind that there's no light. Now, as a tool for behavior change, these are some of the things that we can use ABA to teach. Okay? We can use ABA to teach daily living routines and all of these things, increase communication, appropriate social skills, reduce frustration, teach and build academic skills. That doesn't apply to you. You can replace that with leisure skills. Okay, leisure skills, functional adaptive skills, all right? Different games, maybe teaching an elderly person to play a game, or to interact with other people. Yes, so ABA can be used to teach these skills, yes? Because all of those will be socially significant behaviors. So you will say that ABA is used to do two main things. One of it is to increase appropriate behaviors. We've defined what behavior is. Everything that a person does, okay? One of it is to increase appropriate behavior, and the other will be to do what? To decrease inappropriate behavior. So at this point, I'm going to say to you, what are some of the appropriate behaviors you would like to increase in your residential homes? Communication. Pardon me? Okay, participation, that is social participation in activities, all right? Compliance, just getting along, going to do things. What else? Communication, participation. You see, there are just 4 basic things to cover with human beings to focus on, especially for elderly people, for anyone actually. Leisure skills. People should have leisure skills, because when somebody has leisure skills, then they're able to do things in unstructured time. Okay, leisure, independent living skills. Okay, and some of those begin to fail with the elderly. Yes, being able to have some independent living skills, where you take care of yourself, do this, do the other, and communication, of course, being able to communicate. All right. So, what are the kind of behaviors that you would like to decrease in your residential homes? Aggression, okay. So, what do you see when somebody withdraws? You cannot see depression. You cannot see it. No, what do you see? When somebody is withdrawn, what do you see? You cannot. What do you see? You can see aggression. What is aggression? What do you see when someone is aggressive? What do you see? What do they do? Do they shout? Do they hit? Do they spit? Do they pull? Do they pinch? Do they throw things away? Do they fling things? Do they destroy property? What do you see? That's action. That is what you see. Now, what do you see when somebody is withdrawn? They're sitting by themselves. No, you can't see loneliness. They're sitting by themselves. They're sitting away from other people. Because what do you see when somebody is withdrawn? They keep to what? How do they keep to themselves? They sit away from others, from the activity that is going on. They sit away from it. They are quiet. They don't talk. They are quiet. They don't talk. They sit by themselves. That's what you see. That's what you observe. Okay? That's what you see. That's what you observe. So you would like to decrease instances of people sitting alone and not talking to other people. You like to decrease people yelling, okay, cursing. Do you have that? Yes. Cursing. You like to decrease people cursing. People cursing. You like to decrease people cursing, people shouting, what? Do you have incontinence? You have incontinence. Deliberate incontinence. Deliberate incontinence, yes, deliberate incontinence. You want to decrease that. Deliberate incontinence, you want to decrease all of that, yes? So those will be behaviors. And you see these things, we can see them. You can see incontinence, you can see these things, yes? All right. So ABA is used to do this. All of these things that you've talked about, you can use ABA to do. To teach new behaviors and skills, to replace behaviors for, inappropriate behaviors, behavior replacement. You can teach independent living skills. You talked about communication. You can use it to teach communication. You can use it to teach social skills. You can use it to increase the skill set of a person from one level to the other, yes? Okay? So the person can do something, but you want them to do it better. Yes? All right. Here, we've talked about what behavior is and all of that. Yes, that behavior is an action, is something that people do. Now I'm going to pause here and talk about how people acquire behavior. How do we acquire behavior? We acquire behavior in only two ways, two general ways. One way that we acquire behavior is through our genetics, okay? And your membership of the community of the human race. So, for example, you blink because you are a member of the human race. That does not have anything to do with your genetics. It's not your mother and father that gave you the genes to blink. That is imputed on you as a member of the human race, okay? You were born, you have the ability to, as a baby, you have the ability to suckle. That suckling ability is not one that your parents transfer to you, okay? the way your eyes see things, all right? Okay, the way your eyes, when you use it, it's just your being part of the human race that has given you that. Now, the color of your eyes, the color of your hair, your height, your skin color, all of those can be imputed from your parents, all right? And there's also some genetic things that you can get from parents. For example, the way you talk. For instance, I have an older sister, and if I'm on her phone and her friends call her, I can have an entire conversation with them, and they will not know she's not the one. They will not know that they're not talking to her. Because we talk exactly the same way. The inflection, everything. Now, I did not get that from my membership of the human race. I got that through my genetic coding. She got that from her genes. So there are things that you get from your pool of genes, okay, from your parents, and everybody is like that, all right, that make up the behaviors. So the way I talk is a behavior, and I got the way, not talking. Do you see? Every human being gets that from just being a member of the human race. The human race is a verbal community. We talk. We have what it is inside us to talk. Okay? Our vocal musculature. You know, the way our muscles are built, our larynx, our throat, our tongue, the movement. Yes, we have that. We're born with that. Okay? Now, our environment, okay, now conditions the way we talk and our expressions and the language that we speak. So one is membership of the human race, your genes, okay? All right? You don't have a learning history of that. Nobody sits you down to say, this is how you suck, or when you are born as a child, or this is what you do with your eyes when you want to blink, or you know, all of those, your reflexes, or breathing. Nobody sits you don't have a learning history. So one of the ways you acquire behavior is your membership of the human race, your genetics. The second way that everybody acquires, every organism acquires behavior is your experiences. Your experiences, your learning history. From where? From your environment. Your learning history is another way that you acquire behavior, and that could be cultural. So people are doing something in your community, you copy the model, all right? Your mother does something in a particular way, you copy that model, or because of the consequences. So another way that people acquire behavior is because of the consequences that what you do encounters. Yes? If I'm walking along a path and I see something that is like a string, I look at it, it's like a rope, I step on it, it bites me. And I end up in the hospital. It happens to be a snake, a kind of snake, it bites me. The next time I'm walking along that path or anywhere and I see anything that looks like a string, my behavior will do what? My behavior will change. My behavior will change. Why? Because of the consequence that I encountered from my previous behavior. Now, that is happening every day, whether you like it or not. It's happening every day. The environment is shaping your behavior. It's shaping your behavior. The environment is constantly doing that, whether you're aware of it or not. The things that are around you are shaping your behavior. So also know that the environment, your residential home, and the different environments is shaping the behavior of the residents that are there. Okay? So know where their pool of behaviors has come from. And also remember that there's an internal environment. Okay? There's an internal environment. And I think at this point I should go to that. Okay, so some of the I should go to that. Yes, let us look at some of the things that these people that you're with may be dealing with internally, as it were. Yes, let us have a look at some of what some of their challenges may be. Okay, I know that the First Lady, Her Excellency, said something about showing you a video clip. Perhaps that will throw a bit more light. All right, because she's a medical doctor. Yes, but these are some of the things that they may be going through. Okay, so, and why is it important for you to know this? For you to be familiar, and I'm sure some of you are, but why is it important that you're familiar with some of these things that are going on in their internal environment? Because remember that environment is shaping behavior. Just as your physical environment is shaping behavior. So why is it important that you know some things about the internal environment? Why do you think it's important? Because if you know, it changes your point of view. It reduces your stress, actually. So you are not saying this person is trying to frustrate. This woman, she just wants to kill me. This man, he just wants to frustrate the living daylight out of me. He's just frustrating me. He's doing it deliberately. He's doing it, I know. It reduces the stress that you have on yourself. Because you understand your point of view, perspective changes, because you know, you have an understanding of what the person is dealing with. If I go to a place now, and they don't know that I don't speak their language, or somebody comes and they're talking to me, and I'm just looking at them, and I'm not saying anything, their interpretation can be, they can say, oh, this person is rude, or they can be, maybe I'm arrogant or something. But if you know that I don't understand your language, immediately your point of view changes, your attitude changes towards me. So it is for that flip of attitude, for your own sake, so that you are not under a lot of, you don't put too much, you are not under a lot of stress. You have an understanding of what is happening. So your approach to it is different, becomes different immediately. You begin to empathize with the person. Do you see? Your attitude flips immediately because you know this is what they are struggling with. Then you begin to empathize more with them so that your interaction changes immediately. Yes, so some of them are dealing with dementia. Imagine waking up one day and struggling to remember people that you love, their names. I don't know if you have people like that in your facilities, people that are struggling with this, with their memory, because those are mental processes. And imagine someone that had a good memory, that probably, was good in them. All of a sudden, they're struggling to remember things. They're struggling to remember things. That will flip people's behavior, yes? So, this condition erases memories and makes simple tasks difficult. So you need to know that some of them are struggling with that. There's vascular dementia. Unlike Alzheimer's, vascular dementia can come suddenly, often after a stroke. You may have some people, your residential homes that have had stroke, yes. It affects the memory, it brings physical changes, like trouble walking or speaking. Yes, we have Parkinson's. I don't know if you have anyone in your facilities that have Parkinson's, or maybe they are moved to more specialized places, yes? So I really don't know do you have people in your community that are suffering from any of these, that you notice? Loss of memory, yes, loss of memory is common. Oh, Parkinson, okay, Parkinson. And they have their diagnosis. So when they come to you, they come with their diagnosis. Okay, that's great. That's great. And for elderly people, a lot of elderly people can suffer from depression as well. Aging comes with a lot of losses. You lose your friends, you lose your loved ones, So that can affect you, but and it also affects your independence. It affects your purpose. Yes? Okay? And then we have arthritis. Yes, some of them have arthritis. They have stiff joints. It's challenging to move around. Some of them have cardiovascular diseases. Their heart is not what it used to be. Maybe they have a stroke, etc., etc. Some of them have diabetes. Yes? Diabetes comes with, its own problems as well. Yes, losing their ability, losing their sight, failing sight, failing hearing, and maybe a number of them do not have access to hearing aids, So that can be frustrating as well. Yes, there's delirium. Delirium can come suddenly. Yes, they're confused. So sometimes what you may notice in them is actually the delirium, the confusion, the just instant anxiety and fear. Okay? Sometimes it's reversible and sometimes it's not. Okay? Of course, urinary incontinence. Yes, Urinary incontinence is common with, very common with old people. Their bladder just is not what it used to be. All right, so I'm glad that you guys have, you have an idea of all of those. I just thought to mention that. To mention that because it's good to have an understanding of the community of people that you're dealing with. Yes, that changes your point of view and makes you more empathic. Yes? All right, so as I was saying, so these are the two major ways that behaviors are acquired. Now, the science of ABA sits in the office of the latter, that is, that behaviors are shaped based on their consequences. We believe that. That's it. Behaviors are shaped based on their consequences. Behaviors are shaped based on their consequences. And so that is what we call operant conditioning in the science, that operants are conditioned. Operants are simply actions, the things that you do. The things that you do can be conditioned based on their what? Consequences. Okay? The things that you do can be conditioned based on their consequences. And those consequences come from what? The environment. Those consequences come from the environment. I gave an example yesterday that, and this is an example because something that I see quite a few. Here in Nigeria, you'll be in a supermarket, people will queue. When you're a very busy supermarket, you are the till, everybody has queued to be paying. Then one person will just come from nowhere. Excuse me, I just want to know how much. Please, I'm sorry. I just want to ask how much it is. How much is this thing? Then the cashier will abandon the person on the queue and say, let me check. Collect it. Check. It is 3,000 naira. 3,000 naira. Do you have another one? There's somebody on the queue. Yes, we have another one. You can check there. You can tell. Okay. Let me go. Sorry. There we go. That same person, we go to a country in Europe. I've seen this happen. You line up, you pass the queue, you go to the person selling. Excuse me, whether you are a fly or whatever, they won't even look at you. That cashier will not even raise her head to acknowledge you as a person. So when you see that, what would the person do? They will go and queue up. The next time when they come into that shop, what will they do? They will queue up. So what will you say? That environment has shaped their queuing behavior. It doesn't matter how you feel. Do you see what I said? It doesn't matter your personality. I don't like to. It doesn't matter your personality. Environments will shape your behavior. Now, the one of crossing and going to ask and having a whole conversation, the next time she comes into that supermarket, do you think she's going to queue? The person that queued, when they come into that place, do you think they're going to queue? No, because that supermarket has shown that queuing behavior is not necessary. So, the way your behaviors are, the consequences that go with your behavior shape your behavior. Shape your behavior. If you meet somebody and you talk to them somehow, and they behave to you somehow, the next time you meet the person, whether you like it or not, no matter how you do, even if you can say that person is arrogant, don't mind, but when you're in their presence, you will adjust. It doesn't matter what you think of them. You may even be angry for what you are doing in their presence. What's even wrong with me? I know this person is just stupid and arrogant. But they have done what? They have set a contingency around you. So around them, you just adjust. It doesn't matter. You will just adjust. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So that is how people acquire behaviors. Consequences shape behavior. That is where we sit in the science. So this science is about consequences that are shaping behavior. We are focused on that. on operant conditioning. We see it in the Office of Operant Conditioning, yes? We also have what you call classical conditioning. That means that whether you like it or not, things are being paired for people, okay? Things are being paired. If I'm standing here and as I'm talking to you now, you're having a nice time, the next time you see me, if you really had a nice time, you would approach me with a smile. Once you see me, all of the things that happened here, the way I made you feel here will automatically just be evoked in you. You don't have to call it up. You don't have to say, this is that woman that was doing, hey, okay, let me smile now. Because no. It's reflex. It's reflex. It's reflex. It can become reflex. All right? And when that happens, you say, okay, that is it. We say that. So in the environment, that is constantly happening as well. You enter places and you feel a particular way because of the consequences that you have within that environment or something, within that environment, and it has been paired for you. Okay, you meet somebody. Maybe the day you meet a lady that you really like, there's a music that is playing. Every time you hear that music, that is why music brings about memories. A pairing has occurred with the music and something, and then it changes your physiology. So that is it. There's that conditioning as well, classical conditioning, when things are paired together. It is also important that you are aware of that. Be aware of that. So as a carer, you are pairing yourself every day, whether you are aware of it or not. You are pairing yourself every day with your residents. Yes, when they see you, there are feelings that are evoked because of what you have paired yourself with. Because of the things you have paired yourself with. If you've paired yourself with harsh words or a particular thing that the people find aversive, so every time I see you, that feeling, whatever, and you see, the thing about it is that the way people feel towards things they find aversive, you cannot assess how they feel. You don't know the intensity. Something that I don't like, you don't know how I feel about things I don't like. You don't know. You don't know. So if you pair yourself with something I don't like, you don't know how when I see you, I'm going to feel about you. You don't have access to that. Because you don't know what my learning history has been. Okay? You don't know what my learning is. So I need you to be aware of that as well, because that is an aspect of the science. Be aware of what you are pairing yourself with. Because whatever you pair yourself with is evoking behaviors in people. Is evoking. That is happening. But we sit in the Office of Operant Conditioning, which is that consequences do what? Consequences shape our behavior. Consequences shape behavior. Now, in this science, oh my gosh, it's past your time. It's past the tea time thing. Oh, crumbs. Let's stop here. It's tea break time. I didn't realize. All right? Let's have the tea break. Let me get your papers, have a look at it, then we'll continue, okay? All right. tea break, we're talking about how we acquire behavior, yes? And I also talked to you about the focus of the science of applied behavior analysis in relation to shaping behavior. Okay, shaping behavior, how we impute, and we do that because it has been studied and discovered that one of the ways people acquire behavior is as a result of the consequences. And I mean, you can attest to that. You can attest to that. You can attest to that. The consequences that follow your behavior is what we shape, is what we determine whether the next time you are in that environment, under the same circumstances, that's very important, that under the same circumstances, you will, if you do the same thing, what it is that is going to happen, okay? What you will encounter. All right, that's what shapes behavior, and it's happening every day. Every day it is happening. Now in Lagos State, on 3rd Mainland Bridge, I didn't think I would ever see it, but I witnessed it now. People will be driving slowly. Why? Lagos State is shaping people's driving behavior on that bridge because they will not say anything to you. They will not say anything to you. Maybe you have Google Maps that will tell you camera ahead or something, tell you so that you will. And once you hear the camera ahead, what does it do? What does it do? The antecedent that does what? You step on your brakes, you look at how fast you are going. Yes? Yeah? Why do you do that? Because you are a verbal, you are in the verbal community, okay? You have verbal behavior, that is, you understand language. And so, because you understand language, the environment can apply what we call the rule-governed behavior on you, because you are a verbal being. Can know that if you do this, this will happen. You understand it. You don't need to encounter the consequence to appreciate it. Do you get what I mean? Because you are a verbal creature. Now that's, I'm just digressing. That's a different thing. But the science sits squarely on the fact that consequences shape behavior. Consequences shape behavior. So behaviors occur for a reason. So this is called the function of a behavior. So we're going to look at that. Not quickly, we will dwell on that a bit. We'll dwell on that a bit because it's, so, function, uses, reason, purpose of behavior. There are functions for behavior. There are 5 major functions why people do the things they do. Now, I'm going to add the 5th one because you're dealing with the adults community, but even with young people, that applies, okay? People do not just do things because, I just feel, behaviors assess things for people. So that person that has, now, and this is not discountenancing the internal environment, because remember that is one thing we take into consideration in the science. We take into consideration the internal environment, okay? We take into consideration the internal environment, but we also know that behaviors function for different things. People do things because of what the behavior assesses for them. The person that skips the queue and goes to talk to the cashier is doing that because that behavior of skipping the queue assesses what for her? What does it probably assess for her? What does it assess? If you don't have to wait, you enter a place and you can just do what you want to do and get out. What does the behavior assess for you? Huh? Time is assessing, you can just go do and get out. Jump the queue, all these people are, sorry, please, I just want to quickly pay for one thing. It's only one thing. It's only one thing, just the tom-tom. The sorry is not even, the sorry is, let me just say it. It's only the team food. It assesses speed, it assesses something. So people do not just behave, people behave to assess things. So we're going to look at the reasons for human behavior. Okay? Well, the first reason is what we call Social positive reinforcement. Now, what does that simply mean in layman's language? It means attention. It means people do things to access attention. People do things because it gains them attention. People do things because it does what? Yes, they do it because when I do it, what does attention look like? What is attention? What does attention look like? If I'm giving you attention, how do you know that I'm giving you attention? Looking. If I'm giving you attention, I'm looking at you. What else am I doing when I'm giving you attention? I'm talking to you. I look at you. I turn to you. I talk to you. That is attention. When I'm listening to you, if I do this and you are talking, I can be listening to you. Am I No, I'm not giving you attention. Attention is I'm orienting towards you. I'm looking at you and I'm speaking to you. I'm orienting towards you. My body turns towards you. If I turn, if sometimes you're talking to people, they're like, they say, I'm talking to you now, Abi, don't you do it? The person will say, even when the person says, but I'm listening, you say, but look, Abi, do you not do it? So it's not just listening, it's attending. Attending is orienting towards the person that is talking. So I need you to appreciate that. So problem behavior. So some of these behaviors that you consider to be problematic could be functioning for this exactly. Because every time it happens, it results in immediate attention from others, such as people turn their head. People are surprised. Surprised look, people turn their head. There are reprimands. Reprimand is attention. Oh, Gao, kilo today, kilo tu shele. What happened again today? You are talking to the resident. You've oriented towards them. You are talking to them. Okay? Reprimands, attempts to soothe, counsel. Don't be doing that. You know the Bible says, even Jesus Christ, even the Quran, you know, if you remember your daughter, you remember, and so on. These reactions can serve to positively reinforce the problem behavior, even inadvertently. Inadvertently means that you don't have to be aware that that is what you are doing. You don't have to know that that is what you are doing for it to happen. If the person is doing it to get attention and you do that, it will happen. You don't have to be conscious of it. So that's what inadvertently means. And the problem behavior is more likely to occur under similar circumstances. Okay, so problem behavior maintained by attention in the form of reactions from others can often occur in situations in which attention is otherwise infrequent. In situations where attention is otherwise infrequent, you know, it's not frequent. Whether because the person does not have a repertoire to gain attention, that is, the person doesn't know how to socially, properly gain your attention, okay, in desirable ways, or because others in the environment are typically otherwise occupied. But if I shout, people will come. But if I'm quiet, nobody is coming to me to say, wow, you look so beautiful today. Look at your hair gear. Look at you. You even ate your breakfast. People are occupied. So behaviors can function for attention. Know that. Know that behaviors function for attention. And they often function. So this slide in itself is both presenting a problem and telling you that in your homes, you should make your homes what? You shouldn't make your homes stack of attention. Your home should be what we call in time. You know, a lot of times they say, I'm going to give you time out. You know, but if there is no in, how can there be an out? In time means that if where I am is reinforcing, means that I like the environment, there are fun things to do, I'm excited about being there. Do you understand? I like being there. If you tell me to leave, that would be punishment for me, isn't it? Yes. So before you say you're giving, before there is a time out, there's got to be a time in. So your homes and your residential places, are they time ins? Is it a time in environment? Is it an environment where the residents would not want to go, would not want to live? No. Is it a place where they will not want to go? Like if you tell them to go, it's okay, they don't care. Because aberrant behaviors or inappropriate behaviors for attention happens in situations where you don't have adequate time in. Okay? Where you don't have adequate time in. So that is something for you to consider. I don't know what is available to you in terms of resources or whatever, but sometimes I think that once you have the idea, once you know these principles, as it were, it can encourage you to become very creative. So that even a 10 minutes, high five, Emma, fine, high five, you've given, do you understand? So because apparent behaviors are occurring, but this is, when we finish going through the reasons why people behave, then we'll talk about how do you know that this behavior, this is what it is functioning for? How do you know? Because it cannot be guessing. You cannot just say, attention, new, madalo, attention. No, you cannot just say that. You must have done a few things before you arrive at that conclusion that it's attention, okay? But know that behaviors are happening, some inappropriate behaviors occur, okay? Now, another reason for behavior happening, another reason, and this is not even any behavior, take for example, typical, the only time that your wife will cook that soup that you like is when you are not well. When you are sick. It's when you get all the attention and all the care. How is your head? Oh, don't worry, let me go and, no, don't get up, let me bring your shoe. It's when you are sick. Well, you can be sick twice a month. Yeah. You don't see it happen. You don't see it happen in relation. Yeah, you don't see it happen. You call somebody, how are you feeling today? I don't even know. I'm just feeling somehow. Because that's the only way it happens with women. The only time that you get the attention, for him to sit down to say, let's watch the movie, is when you say, I don't even know, or maybe you frown. What's going on, my dear? I don't know, okay, don't worry, he wants to check you, so let's watch the movie or do something you like, yes? What is he teaching you? What has he inadvertently taught you? Whether he knows it or not, is that one of the ways to get attention, access his attention, is to be ill. When you are not feeling well, that's when you get that. See, you don't have to know that that's what you are doing. It doesn't matter that you are not aware, but shaping behavior. Consequences shape all the time. It is happening. Consequences shape behavior. Just like the way people are looking at me now. It's shaping my speaker behavior. That is how it works. That is what is constantly happening in your environment. So I need you to bear this in mind, that your consequences, things that you're doing, is shaping the behavior of the other person, the people around you. The environment is shaping behavior. It is. If people come into a residential home that is dirty, smelly, everything is disorganized, you cannot be telling them to be organized. It's not possible because you've already set up an environment where the shaping of that behavior is impossible. But if an untidy person comes into a place where everything is organized, whether they like it or not, they will fit in. You will fit in. No matter how much you like to fling your shoes like this, if you enter into the governor's office, you cannot get it done, just do this. You cannot do that too. You cannot. No matter how you love to fling your legs, you cannot fling your legs there. You cannot. Nobody has told you that. Don't fling your leg. Oh no. The environment is immediately to shape it. Just like if there's a nightclub next to No, people shout in churches. People even eat in churches. They shout, they throw parties, they dance disco, anything. Next to a library. If you come out from that nightclub where you have been shouting, dancing on top of your voice, and maybe you get to the compound of the library and you step inside, you are not saying, okay, now I've come out of the nightclub, I'm in the library, I have to. Are you saying that to yourself? No. Immediately you enter that environment, your behavior adjusts to that. It is reflex. And that is because of what we call respondent conditioning. You have encountered, people that have shouted in libraries have encountered punishments. You have encountered punishments on the instances that you have shouted in the library. So that consequence has shaped the behavior of you being quiet and paired quietness and the library together so that when you get into the library, you are quiet. Yes? So, another reason why people will behave or do things, okay, is to assess tangible, that is to assess things, tangible things. It can be biscuit, it can be timeout. I don't know what your residents, whatever it is they like to assess. So many behaviors result in access to reinforcing materials or stimuli. Now, stimuli is anything that you can see, you can hear, you can feel, you can touch, you can taste. Anything you can contact with your 5 senses, that is what it is. So it can be a smell, it can be something to eat, it can be music, it can be anything. Okay, so if doing that behavior gets you access to those things, all right, that's why people behave. So just as pressing a button on television changes the channel to television show, problem behaviors can produce reinforcing outcomes. So a child or another may cry or tantrum until a favorite TV, you see that a lot. You put it in this station, the child will be crying, you change it, you cry louder, you say, which one is it? You keep changing until it arrives because it doesn't say anything, it just keeps crying. So what are you that is crying is assessing the channel that he wants. That's what it is, assessing the channel that he wants. The person you present the food, they will throw it away or they will not eat it or they will abuse it. Say, okay, so you take it away, you bring another one. The person, their behaviors, yeah? So this often occurs because providing the item temporarily stops the problem behavior. So that's another thing to watch out for. You should also watch out for the things that you do that stops behaviors in their track. So that's that resident that is shouting or doing something. What can you do that will just stop them immediately? Can you give me an example? What can you do that immediately they will just stop? They will just stop doing that thing that they're doing. Yes, give me an example. Give me a practical example. So tell me, so what does the person do, and when you play the favorite song, they just stop what they're doing? Yeah, what are they doing before you play the favorite song? They were tell me, what kind of aggression? Hitting, abusing what? Abusing, they were using abusive word, but once you play the music, they just stop and start singing. Okay. So immediately when that happens, you know that what have they assessed with that? Because people behave to assess things. So you have to pay attention to what the behavior is getting for the person. Because what that behavior is getting for the person is what is making them do that behavior over and over again. What is it that's, because whatever stops the behavior, if I'm looking for my key now, when I find my key, will I still keep looking for it? No, I will stop. I will stop. All my key searching activities will stop. My raising this, my going into my bag, I will stop. Why? Because my search has produced the result that I want. So when behaviors produce the result that it wants, it stops until the next time that I want that result again. I will start that behavior again. You will present that thing again, and I will stop again. So So also take note of the things that you do that stops behaviors in their track. Don't think of those things as, oh, this is what handles this behavior. See those things as, okay, this is what is strengthening the behavior. This is what is giving the behavior superpower. This is what the behavior is assessing. Take note of that. Because that was the consequence that you just gave. Okay? All right. Because what will happen is that although it can be inadvertent, that may not be what you mean to do, but what you've done is making the behavior more probable in the future. That is more likely that the person will do that same thing to get that thing that you have provided in the future. Does that make sense? That's the science of it, really. Whether it makes sense, you will just figure it out. But that's what is happening. Whether you understand, that's it. That's what is happening. That's what is happening. So, another reason for behaviors, okay, is when we talk about, automatic reinforcement means that the person does not need another person. By themselves, they get the pleasure from what they're doing. It's not socially mediated. Yes, so some behaviors do not depend on the action of others to provide an outcome. Some behaviors directly provide their own outcome, like for some children that we thumb suck, or some adults that we just keep rubbing some part of their body, They don't need you to be part of that, okay? They just get reinforcement. A behavior is assumed to be maintained by automatic only after social reinforcers have been ruled out, okay? So the person is doing it when they are alone, okay? It's something they do when they are alone. Sometimes it can be rocking. The person will just do it. So behaviors also happen as a result of automatic reinforcement, okay? Behaviors also happen. Many behaviors are learned as a result of their effectiveness for terminating things. For terminating things. Hold on. All right. Many behaviors are learned as a result of their effectiveness in terminating or postponing things that people do not like. I know that you will soon come in and want me to do so and so. So before you come in, I do that thing that will make me escape that task that you want to bring to me. I just do it. And you just say, please, she's not in a good mood today. Just let us go and do our shopping. Because she will know. Meanwhile, I didn't even want to follow you to go shopping. But if I know that if I did not do that thing that I did, you are going to take me on your shopping spree, or you are going to say, come, let us go and do this. So I already display for you. I already say, not in a good mood, leave her alone. Or I already start abusing you, leave her alone. Okay? So also know that people do things to avoid an escape. Avoidance and to escape. And you see, we'll do it. You want to escape work the next day. It's not even the day. Be 5 or maybe you close at 6, 5 o'clock. I don't even know how I'm feeling. My head is just, you are planning against tomorrow. My head is just, my tummy. I think my tummy, I don't even know how I'm feeling. We say, sorry, just rest. Sometimes it's like that. Thank you. So the next day, you will not need introduction. You just go to you just go straight. You just go for the kill straight away. You don't need any preamble anymore. You've done your preamble. That's avoidance. To move work another day. And this happens in environments where people do not know how to assess breaks, and you don't know the communication, or the environment is so stringent that it doesn't give you the allowance to do to assess breaks when you do it in socially significant ways. When you walk up to your boss and you say, I think I'm under a lot of pressure, I will need to take tomorrow off. You usually will not get that tomorrow off if you do it like that. But if you tell her that your tummy, that you woke up, or there's an accident and the boss is on 3rd Mainland Bridge, Okay. So avoidance behavior. People do things to avoid things. People do things not to escape things. Escape means that the thing is already happening. You're already at work, and you just need to get out, and then you now demonstrate and say, oh, please be going. You have escaped. Okay? So people behave for escape. Okay? So it is negative because your contact with other people is taken away. It's taken away. Like a resident that does not like the company, maybe you make them sit next to somebody during mealtime and they don't like the person. They don't like the person. Before mealtime, they can begin to throw a tantrum, or while sitting next to the person, they can begin to do something so that you separate them, or so you will just remove them from that situation. Yes? Okay? So hanging up the phone terminates, for example, non-compliance postpones engagement in, yes. So your non-compliance is mostly avoidance. Avoidance. Non-compliance, go and do this, no. It's avoidance, I don't want to do that thing. I don't want to do it. Okay? All right? Okay. So, another way that somebody wanted a slide, I know, so that I don't reinforce bad behaviors. I think this is a slide that you wanted. Okay. So this is reinforcing a socially significant behavior of, can I have this slide? Do you get? So if I don't reinforce this behavior, next time if she wants this slide, she can do something that is not socially acceptable to assess it. Yes? Okay, so so this is the removal of something. So know also that, yeah, and this has to do a lot with the internal environment. Where people are going through something in their internal environment, you usually see this, okay? So aversive stimulation, such as physically painful, uncomfortable condition, okay, is what we call can set the tone, okay? That makes it, of course, if I have a headache and I do something that removes the headache, you know, I would do that thing every time I have a headache. Know it or not, and it is the nature of you know, animals that when they're feeling pain, they tend to aggress onto other people. And, you know, organisms, humans do that as well. That's why sometimes when you smack a child or reprimand a child, they will go to another child and aggress towards them. Or even adults. What am I saying? I'm saying children. Even adults. You will scold them. You will do something to them. They're feeling a kind of pain or feeling something. And when they lash out at another person, it releases them from that thing that they're feeling. Do you understand? It releases them. The reason why they do that is because it frees them up from their own internal discomfort that you have given from your verbal reprisal, something that they found uncomfortable. Because they don't know how to relieve themselves of that discomfort. So know that these things are happening, that your residential occupants will be doing this. They will be behaving in certain ways because they are feeling in an uncomfortable way. Maybe it's a painful, something that they cannot articulate or explain to you. And, you know, they just take it out and, yes? Because when they take it out that way, it relieves them of that thing. That's it. That's it. Behaviors that directly terminate aversive stimulation are therefore maintained by negative reinforcement as an automatic outcome of the response, because they don't need another person. Automatic negative reinforcement can account for behaviors that are either appropriate or harmful, okay? So if I have a rash and I put calamine lotion on it, the rash goes away, isn't it? So next time if I have a rash, I will put calamine lotion. If, you know, sometimes you have a break in your skin, you're scratching, even though you're hurting yourself, you know, some people will just keep scratching and, you know, and yeah. So because there's a removal. So some forms of self-injurious behavior quite a number of self-injurious behavior is occurring because of pain. The people use it to distract themselves from some kind of pain they are feeling. So if you see somebody that is hurting themselves, you suspect, okay, this person must be feeling some kind of pain that they're trying to distract themselves from. So people that are banging their head, or those cases of people lacerating themselves, cutting themselves, or just harming themselves, self-harm. Okay? They do it because it relieves some kind of pain, and it may correlate to some medical conditions. Yes, co-correlate some medical conditions. Young children, especially non-children on the spectrum that are non-vocal verbal, if they feel pain, they can be banging their head against something. They can be banging their head, you know. And the truth of the matter is that you have some adults in your residential homes that have neurodevelopment, that had, I don't want to say had because it just progresses, that were young people with neurodevelopmental disorders. So you have people in your residential home that are autistic adults. That's the truth. You have people in residential that are autistic adults. You have people in residential homes, maybe people that have Down syndrome. I don't know whether you have any, that have Down syndrome. And usually people with Down syndrome have intellectual disability. So you have people that have comorbiding, that things, medical things that are tied together that they're dealing with. They've been dealing with from a long time. They have a history of how they've compensated for these deficits. They have a way that they've compensated for the deficits. You know, they have this deficit. Some of them have intellectual disability. Intellectual disability means that complex things are very difficult for me. It's not just, what am I saying, complex things? Even simple things like having a bath, preparing a meal. It's difficult for me. It has always been difficult for me, even as a young person. They cannot read. They could not talk, less of writing, you know. I can be, maybe I'm a dyslexic person with you. I can't read. I can talk. My conversation is very good, and when I'm speaking English, you say, but if you give me a book to read, I cannot read. And you'll be wondering, but this person talks really well. Why are they not able to read? I can't read, I can't write, you know. I have those difficulties. Yes, but I can converse properly. So you have people, you are dealing with, you know, adults or aged people that have a history of this and have compensated. You know, I don't know if you have any non-vocal verbal people that are not talking at all. Do you have those people that are not talking at all? Okay, you see, you have some non-vocal verbal people that would have built ways to compensate. That would have built ways to compensate for their deficits, and that's quite interesting. You know, and then you encounter them, and then you have to deal with that, and then you have to, you know, wow, that's interesting. Okay. So, all right, so that is where we stop on that slide. I'm going to change slides, and then I'll come back here. Okay, so we've talked about this. That's what we just went through now, yes. So I want to take us through the 3-term contingency. So that 3-term contingency is, but before I do that 3-term contingency, shouldn't we look at, please give me a moment. Yes, okay. So, we're talking about functions of behavior. So we do not just arrive at functions of behavior. Okay, there's a process that you need to go through. Remember, I kept saying over and over again at the beginning that this is a science, this is a science, this is a science. So if there are behaviors that are concerning to you in terms of non-compliance, you know, aggression, you need to pay attention to some of these things. Who does it occur with? What does the behavior look like? When does it occur? When does a person do this? When do they do it? Who does it happen with? What does it look like? Yes, what time of the day? Where does it occur? Is it in the residential home? Is it in the community? How often does it last? What is the frequency of it? Okay? How intense is the behavior? How long does it last for? You need to take note of these things. Okay? So how would you take note of these things? How will you do it? Because I know that you cannot be bogged down with the regular data that we take. But I also know that it is important for you to arrive at certain things, you know, in your own way, to be able to document some things. So how do you, in your residential homes, do you have a diary for every resident? How does it go? How does it work really? Do you have a diary for every resident? And another thing is, I don't know what positions you guys are in. Are you the direct carers, or you are the managers of the people that are caring directly? Are you caring directly? You are caring directly. So in what ratio? In what ratio? Is it a 1-on-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1? What's the ratio? 1-on-1. So you provide care for only one person. Okay, great. That makes it easier. So you are providing care for only one person. So that one person, it's easy for you to keep this kind of diary about them. So you just buy a diary, you know, and say, this person, this behavior, this is my behavior of concern. When do they do it? What time, you know, and all of that, yes. So when we come to this 3-term contingency, remember I was talking about, we said that the seat of ABA is the place of operant conditioning, that is consequences shaping the future occurrence of a behavior, yes? So that is what we call the 3-term contingency. The 3-term contingency process is simply is ABC, okay? A stands for antecedent, B stands for the behavior, and C is the consequence. A is because for everything that we do, that's the process of it. There's an antecedent, there's a behavior, then there's a consequence. And it happens all over again. Antecedent, behavior, consequence. So taking notes of the antecedents, okay? Maybe for a 2-week period, you will target that one behavior or 2 behaviors and say, okay, this behavior of always abusing, what is it that happens before she starts to abuse me? What happens immediately before she starts to abuse me? What happens? What do I tell her to do? What happens before she starts to abuse me? And after she has abused me, or while she's abusing me, what do I do? Because that's very important. What you do after she abuses you is important. Because what you do after she abuses you that stops that abuse tells you that is what that abuse is trying to assess. That's what the abuse, because once the abuse assesses it, it keeps quiet, it goes away until it is time again to come out to assess that same behavior. Remember we talked about what people assess with their behaviors. What people assess. So by the time you take a 2-week diary of that, you will kind of see some kind of pattern, you know. You will see a pattern when the behavior, what happens before the behavior, you know, you will see some kind of pattern and say, okay, yeah, she does this, and this is what I do, you know. If when she does it, you bring the music, and immediately she starts singing with the music, you say, okay, you take note of that, you know. She does it, you bring the food, she stops, yes? So what is she assessing with that behavior? Tangibles. Tangibles. The person is assessing tangibles. If when they do it, you turn, you reprimand them, you give them attention, they stop, yes? What are they assessing, you know? People turn, people come, yes? So you have to keep a diary. When we keep in a diary, you would kind of have an idea of why the behavior is occurring, yes? And then after you have an idea, you now put that idea to test. You put it to test. You now deliberately contrive situations for the person to behave. That is the control part. You now bring the antecedent that usually happens, see what she does, and then you now provide the consequence and see how often that will happen. Yeah, you know, just to check. Okay, so this is it. So get an umbrella, stay dry. You know, the next time you want to stay dry, you get an umbrella. You go to work, you get a paycheck. Work. You cry, you get burned, yes? Okay. So antecedents are things that happen before behaviors happen. The B stands for the behavior, and the C, yes. So antecedent event, things in the environment. And remember, the things in the environment are different, they can be different things, okay? It can be transitioning to a new activity, stopping what I'm doing that I'm enjoying and telling me to come and do something that I don't enjoy. Can be an antecedent for me to behave in a particular way. Yes? So time of day can be an antecedent. People, transitioning, environmental temperature. Yes, environmental temperature can be an antecedent for aggressive behavior or even for the insults and things, okay? Behavior is the actual behavior, what the person is doing currently, all right? And then the consequence events. Consequence events are things in the environment that happen after the behavior has occurred. Okay, consequence events is a change in the environment that immediately follows the behavior and may control behavior. Consequences can, take two forms. Either something is introduced into the environment or something is taken away from the environment. Those are the two things that happen with consequences. Now let me talk about consequences in this science, because that is where we go to the principle of the science. So we have basically three principles in this science, majorly. We have the principles of reinforcement. Please, I need you to pay attention here and take notes. I need you to pay attention and take notes, So we have the principles of reinforcement, we have the principles of punishment, and we have the principle of extinction. And those are consequences. Those are consequence events. So what does that tell you immediately? What does that tell you immediately? If I say they are consequence events, what, in relation to behavior, what does that tell you immediately? Yeah, but so what does that tell you immediately? From everything I've been saying. Yes, you are stating a fact. What I'm saying, so what does that tell you immediately? It tells you that these are the things that will do what to behavior, shape and change it. That's it. Shape and change it. Applying this, these are the principles that shape behavior, because it is the consequent actions that shape future occurrences of behavior. I've said that in so many ways. Somebody goes to the till. Please, I just want to. This example always makes me laugh, because when I'm on the queue and it happens, I'm so mad. Excuse me. I just want to find out how much this thing is. Yeah, I cannot get over that example. Okay? The consequence is the cashier giving her attention and ignoring those of us on the queue. So that consequence, the next time she comes into that supermarket, she's not going to queue up. She's going to go straight to the cashier. I just want to know. And use the back door to pick what she wants and even pay for it before the rest of us on the queue. Consequences shape behavior. They shape the future. So when I say that something is a consequence, it means that it has the power to do what? Yes, to shape the future probability that that person will do that thing under the same circumstance or not. Imagine that you now go to a place, you now jump that queue, you now come and say, I just want to. The cashier will just be attending to the person. Hey, madam, what is that? Okay, this one. Pim, pim, pim. I just want to. Pim, pim, pim. I just want to. Pim, pim. Just go and queue. That consequence has, the next time she comes, she may say, okay, maybe it's that cashier. But if she comes and does it with another cashier and the same thing happens, then she will say it's that shop. When she enters into that shop, she will just queue. So you say that the consequence that her behavior has encountered in that environment has done what? Shaped the future occurrence, probability of what she will do in that environment in the future. Now, of course, there are so many other things that can flip that, because it can get so much complex human behavior. very complex, okay? Very complex, yes? So many other things can flip that, okay? It can get very complex. But basically, that's how it goes, yes? So if I say that punishment, reinforcement, and extinction are the major principles of the science, and these are consequent events, it means that I'm telling you that these are the principles that we use to do what? Yes, yes, yes. So let us look at the principle of reinforcement. What does that actually mean? It is the only principle that strengthens behavior. I need you to pay attention to reinforcement. It is the only principle that strengthens behavior. It is the only principle that does what? Strengthens behavior. It is the only principle that you can apply without teaching another behavior. So I need you to sit down squarely in the office of that principle. The principle of reinforcement is the only principle that that strengthens behavior. It increases the probability that a behavior will occur in the same circumstances, given the same situations over and over again. Reinforcement is the only principle that strengthens behavior. That's the only thing it does. It strengthens behavior, reinforcement. So, let us look at a strategy that you may employ in that office of using that principle of reinforcement. What is it? What does reinforcement mean? Remember that I just defined it. It strengthens the future occurrence of a behavior. Okay? It strengthens, that's what it does. And which kind of behaviors do we usually want to strengthen? Yes, behaviors that are socially significant. Even though, whether it's socially significant or not, you must also be aware that it can strengthen, it's the only thing that strengthens any behavior. Yeah? It's the only thing that strengthens any behavior, okay? So what that means is that if any behavior is occurring in your environment that you do not like, know that there is something in that environment that is doing what? Yes, that is reinforcing that behavior. There's something in the environment that is reinforcing that behavior. That person that is constantly abusing you, you are doing something to teach that there's something in the environment that is reinforcing that behavior. Because there's something that behavior is assessing for them. And it is your job to take that data that I told you about, observe, that is the science, observation, description, you see, observing, predicting. So you observe, these are the times that she abuses me, and when I do this, it stops. Always think about the things you do that stops the behaviors in their track. What do you do that just stops it? So somebody is doing something, what do I do to stop it? Anything that directly stops it immediately, that is what is reinforcing it. That's exactly what is reinforcing that behavior. Okay? And aberrant behaviors occur as a result of deficits. Somebody does not know how to do things properly, or the environment does not just reinforce the proper way, like Nigeria does not reinforce a lot of proper behavior. Like queuing. So that's why when we get to a place, everybody's rushing, because rushing is what is reinforced. If you rush, you will get. If you queue and you just stand, you may not get anything. Ṣé wọ́n lọ dúró bẹ́ẹ̀ every teacher bó ti lọ bá bó ti gbà tèmi. Ó lọ tó pẹ̀lẹ́. You have to line up. You are doing like Oyibo, you went to line up. So, please be aware. All this behavior that you're complaining about is in your environment. Your environment is reinforcing it. Do you understand? I've told you all the things that behaviors assess. So it is now up to you to kind of, keep a diary and say, this person that I'm in care of, let me keep a diary of when they do this and what I do. What are they getting? That behavior is a currency. They are buying stuff with it. They are assessing stuff with it. That's why they keep doing it. So you need to ask yourself, what are they assessing with it? What are they buying with it? What am I making available with it? Okay? Now, we talked about reinforcement. So, how do we reinforce? Reinforcement should always come immediately after, of course, a behavior that you want to see isn't it? You want to see increase, isn't it? Behaviors you want to increase, okay? Like the person is asking politely for your, but that's another thing. When you have deficits, we have to teach, isn't it? When you have deficits, whether you like it or not, you have to teach. You have to teach when you have deficits. If somebody is abusing you to assess your attention, you have to teach them a socially appropriate way to assess your attention. That is after you've established. If somebody is abusive because they want to assess music, you have to teach them a socially significant way to assess music. Yes. Well, just ask. And how do you strengthen that behavior? When you teach them to ask, what do you do? Every time they ask, what do you do? When you are teaching the behavior, every time they ask, you must make sure that you provide the music or you give choices as much as you can. Yes? So you must be and you must pay attention to when you have somebody is doing something, you must take the time to teach. Now, let me go through these principles before we go into the teaching, okay? So the second principle is the principle of punishment. Now, what does punishment? So for us, maybe you haven't noticed, but in this science, we are not caught up in what things look like. We're not caught up in what a behavior looks like. We are more interested in what is it functioning for. What is the person assessing with this behavior? So somebody is abusing you. We are not looking at the abuse. We are not saying, this person can abuse you. The person says, idiot. No. My thinking would be, why are they doing that? What are they getting from doing that? What are they getting from doing that? That would be what I'll be thinking about. What are they assessing? Yes, from doing that. Okay? So, because when I say punishment, people will think, okay, so I can slap that woman. That's okay. She will hear it. She will see me on Monday. Let her try it. So I can pinch her. No problem. No, you can do no such thing. Because when I say punishment, it simply means things that reduce the occurrence of, a behavior happening again. And it can be anything. If somebody is doing something and when you come and sit next to them, okay, it reduces that thing that they're doing, all right? It reduces the occurrence of it. Then you know that it is what you are doing is punishment. If somebody sees me, the woman says hello to me and I go and hug her, and then when she sees me, she doesn't say hello to me again. My hug is punishment because it has reduced her hello-saying behavior towards me. Now, please, take note that is not an office that I want you to dwell in, that office of punishment, because it doesn't teach anything. Do you see? It doesn't teach anything, because the person is doing something, and then if you punish the behavior and it's no longer there, so the person still wants to assess what they want to assess. And whether you like it or not, we say you will see another type of behavior that may be worse than the initial one that you punished, because they must get that thing that they want to get. I don't know if it makes sense. So somebody is stepping on you because they want you to give them attention. Then you now tie something on their leg, or you punish the stepping on. They can begin to box you. They can begin to headbutt you. So the reason when I talk about ABA and I teach and I talk about people, when I talk to you about people like you, I say don't do punishment, please, because it is very technical. It takes the presence of a behavior analyst to be there to run punishment procedures, because there are so many things that will begin to happen. You will begin to see different response classes begin to show up, because the human nature must assess what they want. I must get that thing that I want, okay? I must get that thing that I want. Now, the third principle in the science is the principle of extinction. Now, what does that mean? It means that the person will do the behavior, but the thing that behavior assesses for them, it will no longer get it. It will no longer get it. it will no longer get it. So if you're abusing me to get the music, you will abuse me, but you will not get the music. Okay? But I will give you something else to do to get the music. And I will be reinforcing that other thing that I gave you to get the music. And automatically, your abusive behavior will reduce because it's not getting you the music. It's human nature. You will gravitate towards what is getting you what you want, because that's why you're abusing me anyway, to get the music. So if I give you a red card, and I say, when you hand the red card to me, I will play you the music. That is very simple. And, I will not give you something difficult to do. I will not say, write a letter to me, why I should give you music. Do you see? That is more difficult than my abusing you. I will just be abusing you. Do you understand? So when you are saying, okay, I will no longer respond to this your behavior because I know you are doing it to get the TV to come on, okay? I must give you something, yes, that is appropriate, that is also simple. So if you are somebody that talks and you have good language, I can say, just say TV, please, okay? It doesn't have to be a long sentence. Don't make it very tedious. Make it something simple. If the person is not talking, a card that has TV on it, a picture of a TV. A picture of a TV. So for those of you that have adults, residents that are non-vocal verbal, you need to have a communication card, board. The things that you know they like. Toilet, this, whatever, you put pictures of it on a board, like on a cardboard. Something that you can fold into two, that opens like a book. Okay? So that you begin a teaching session. You sit the person down, you present the board, and you say, what do you want? They touch something, you say, okay, let's go and get it. That's a teaching session. You're teaching them the connection between touching something on that board and assessing it. That's a teaching session. You do not teach things when it is time for me to use it. You teach me before I encounter the situation where I need it. So it is not at the point where I'm throwing a tantrum because I want the TV that you begin to say, this is what you should do. You would have taught me. You would have given me opportunities to do and to assess. Yes? You would have given me opportunities to do and to assess. Okay? All right, so those are the three major principles. Now, when you're doing, when we're doing extinction, that is somebody not assessing something with bad behavior, and you give an alternative, okay? There must be an alternative. You cannot just say, you cannot do that. Okay, so what can I do? Because if you say I cannot do that, I will look for another thing that I will do by myself. I will design it by myself. And you will not like it. So, yeah, it might be worse than the one I used to do for you before. I'm just slapping you now. I may decide to do another thing. So do you see? So you must provide something that is simple for the person to do. Okay? You must provide something that is simple for the person to do. So if we look at, I'm talking about a communication board. I don't want things to be jumbled up together because I want it to be a bit clear in your mind what it is that I'm saying. We're looking at the ABC contingency, and I said A is antecedent, B, then C is consequence. And then I've talked about the consequences that we have in the science. So your consequence can either be reinforcement, please don't do punishment, or extinction. But when you're doing extinction, make sure that you're giving a simple alternative to the inappropriate behavior that you want to replace. Yes? Okay? All right. Now, when we look at reinforcement is, especially with behaviors that we want to see increase, all right? When you are teaching a skill, so you must always have teaching sessions. You see these residents, you must always have teaching sessions. So when you are teaching, you must, I want to keep my eye on the time, okay. When you are teaching, there's what we call tax analysis, yes? For our teaching sessions, we have what we call tax analysis. And what is that? simply means breaking down a task into bits, into tiny bits of responses. So for example, as hand washing, there are different steps to hand washing. Now, how do I know the steps within a task? I watch another person. So if you want to task analyze a task for an elderly person, don't go and watch a young person do it. Watch an elderly person that is proficient at the same level as the person do it, and write out the steps that they're following. Because it is with those steps that you're going to teach that. Yes. So for example, you have 7 steps. Who can give me some steps for hand washing? If you want to hand wash, what's the first step? Before you wet your hand, what are you going to do? You will walk. You will walk to what? Walk to. Don't say running water, because you must say things that, yes, is clear and concise. Walk to the sink or walk to the tap, yes? And when you get to the tap, what do? You just wet your hand. Yes. You open, you turn on the tap, and you do what? You wet your hands. Do you leave the tap running? Because all of those steps are important. All of those steps are important. Except, of course, you're dealing with somebody that you say, wet your hands. They know that when you say wet your hands, I turn on the tap, I wet my hands, and I turn it off. But you may be dealing with people that when you say wet your hands, it holds no meaning for them. Wet your hands has no meaning for them. You will say wet your hands, they'll be looking at you. Because when I was saying turn on the tap, turn it on, she had a look on her face like, which one can be this one? No, so waiting can be the next step. We are carrying your hand, I'll be waiting. Because and that's another thing. You give an elderly person an instruction and they are not responding. The first thing that you query is your language. Don't query anything else. Say, have I said it correctly? Do they understand what I'm saying? Do I need to break it down? Do I need to make it less complex? Am I using too many words? Because we've talked about a gamut of things that this person can be dealing with that you may not be aware of. But what you are aware of is their behavior, is it not? I say, wet your hands, and you're not responding. I cannot just assume that you are very stubborn, or this woman know the hear word. No. I will say, you don't understand what I've said. And then I will demonstrate what wet your hand means. Turn on the tap, put it, turn it off. And I will say, okay, wet your hands. And I'll watch you do it. If you're not able to physically do it, I'll prompt you to do it. Show you what I mean. Then I will pull back on my prompt and give you the opportunity to do it again. Wet your hands. So you must be careful of these things. You give an instruction, somebody is not responding. Don't think they are stubborn, they don't want to do. Especially if it occurs. Just say, language deficits. Let me correct it. Give me the phone. Give me the phone. Give me the phone. Wow. High five. Good job. Wow, your hair looks lovely. Give me the phone. Yes. And see, give opportunities to do. Give opportunities to do to them. When you give instructions, make sure that the person you're talking to is able to demonstrate what you're saying, or else make your language, And that's why you must be aware for a lot of them that have, when you're talking to people and they're not understanding, language deficit. There's a lot in a language deficit. There's a lot, but this is what you can do at your level. This is the advice I can give to you. Make sure that the instructions you're giving are simple. You talk to somebody in a lot of words, they don't respond, make it simpler. Use small sentence, use phrases, use single words. For some people, it's going to be single words. Phone, give, simple words, to demonstrate, and then build on that. Okay? Build on that. So, Whenever you see inappropriate behavior, it means there is a deficit. Just know that there's a deficit in the way the person should behave. They don't know how to appropriately behave. That their bad behavior has been assessing them something. All right? They've been getting something by it, and that something has been given to them in that your environment. Your environment has been reinforcing that thing. So now you are going back to set up new contingencies. Yes, you are going to set up new contingencies. But in setting up new contingencies, one of the first things you do is to have teaching sessions to make up for deficits. Teach people to assess attention appropriately. Or if you need my attention, say, excuse me. Okay? And then once the person says, you tap and you give your attention. Make your environments in environments. Okay? Time in environments. Let it be an environment that is very, attention-laden, reinforcement-laden. Yes? Catch people when they are doing the right thing. Don't save your attention from when the woman starts to abuse. When she was sitting down nicely, when she went to breakfast and ate nicely, when she dressed up independently, when she had a bath without an issue, when she did all these things. Did you reinforce all of that? Did you? Did you say, wow, great, oh, wow, you've had a bath? Hey, give me a high five. Well done. Well done, man. Look at your hair tie. What is this? What is the name of this style? Oh God, this is beautiful. Will you help me? Are you doing that? Or you are waiting for the woman to be abusive to give her attention? So you must make sure that your environments are time in. So that when you take that attention away from that person, when they are behaving badly, they will feel it. Because they cannot assess your attention. But of course, you've taught how to attend. Excuse me, good behavior. Wow, look at you. Welcome back. Yes? So when people are behaving badly, what do we not do? We do not give it attention. You don't, and remember we talked about what attention is. It's orienting. Don't give eye contact to that abusive person. Don't look at them. Don't look at them. Don't act as if they're saying anything. Now, if the person is living with other people, other residents, okay, it may be difficult. So other people will look at them, but if it's your attention you are trying to assess and you're not looking, it's your attention that is valuable. Okay, it's your attention that is valuable. Don't give it. Attention is looking. Attention is orienting and talking. So don't look, don't talk. If the resident is in danger, you block and you redirect. You block and you redirect. So what you want them to do? You block, you redirect. You don't say anything. Physically redirect. If you need help, if the help is available, you ask people to help you. So attention means looking and talking to the person in whatever, whether you are quoting the Bible and you are saying how sad their children will be, it is attention. So when somebody is behaving badly, you don't do that. So make sure your environments are time in and you are giving attention when you are reinforcing the things that you want to see improve. Reinforce it. That person that is very abusive, when they are not abusive, wow, look at the way you are sitting nicely and playing, talking nicely. You reinforce that. You give attention to that. They will want to try and go back to, you take your attention away deliberately. Because this makes you less emotional and reactionary. Because you know they are doing something to get something. You know that. At least you know that now. And from all your observation, you can tell, you have an idea of what it is. So they don't get it. But at the same time, you must give a way to assess that thing. I want the TV. You don't want me to shout or yell or abuse, but how can I get it? I have to know. You have to teach me. So you must have teaching sessions. Teaching sessions. You observe the person that you are in care of. What are the difficult things that they cannot do? You task analyze it. Task analysis is very important. We were looking at that a minute ago. So you write down all the steps. You write down all the steps. Perhaps the last step. What is the last step in the washing hand process? The last step is to dry your hands, isn't it? That's it. So you begin with that step. Because I always say that it's better, we call it back chaining. So after you write all the steps, you begin with that last step. That last step will be your target. Task analysis is very important. It's another strategy that we're using. It's very important because it breaks things down and then you can teach and then put all of the chain together. You now bring the chain together. So you teach the last step. So what do you do with the other steps? You prompt the person through the other steps. But before you do any of that, you must probe. You do what we call a probe. So you say, wash your hands and see what the person does. Okay? And as they're doing it, you're observing. What are they not able to do? Which one did they not do well? Then you know, what am I going to teach? So once you have the steps that you're teaching, you write it out, and then you prompt up until the last step. They learn that last step. They can do it independently. You go to the step before that. Now their objective will be to do those 2 steps together. Do you get? Do the 2 last steps together. And then you keep going until you get to the last. It's just like teaching somebody to write their name. Okay, maybe my name is Tinu, all right? You want to teach me to write Tinu. You write Tinu, you know, then you clean away the U, and you tell me to complete my name. I write the U. When I've mastered completing my name with the U, you clean away the U and the N. Yes. Then I write the N, I write the U. I master that. You clean away the I. I master writing the I, the N, and the U. Then you clean away everything. Then master writing my name. We back chaining. Also think about back chaining. Think of task analysis and back chaining. Think that when you are teaching, before you teach a new task, make sure you probe. Why are we talking about teaching? This can be the boring part of the session, but you cannot have, if you don't have teaching, you cannot have skill acquisition. If you don't have skill acquisition and there's a deficit, you will keep having inappropriate behavior. You cannot escape it. You can't. So as a caregiver, you must be teaching skills. Because you're the one directly relating to the person, and you're the direct person that is suffering from the bad behavior. Do you get what I mean? You're the one, you're directly on the line. So you must be building skills. And to build skills, you have to teach somebody. You model it, you show it. Because people learn by modeling. But then again, you might even have residents that do not have imitation skills. Yes. You may have people that when you do something, they cannot copy it. And that's a critical skill. It's critical for language. It's critical for learning different things. Because as human beings, we learn by copying what other people are doing. That's one of the ways we acquire our behavior. So if you have an individual that is not imitating, there's a big problem. You have to teach that. Because these are the deficits that are giving rise to the behaviors that you are seeing. So you have to ask if the person is imitating, fine, then you can model things and they can copy, is it not? But if the person does not know what it is to imitate another person, then you have a big problem there. You have to teach that. So essentially what I'm saying is that when you have deficits, when you have inappropriate behavior, it means you have skills deficits. And when there are skills deficits, you have to teach. You have to teach. So how do you teach? You probe. You see, of course, you have to consider what the person is able to do, especially physically. Yes? Especially physically, you have to consider what the person is able to do. And then teach, you know. You prompt, you show, you give the person opportunities to do, and you shape. We also do what we call shaping. You are reinforcing all the behaviors that are leading to the terminal behavior. So I want somebody to say apple, and they say, apple, apple. I will reinforce that apple. I'll reinforce it. Wow, good talking. Why? Because it is sounding like my apple. It is going to my apple. I'll reinforce it. I'll give them a high. So when I talk about reinforcement, it is important to know that you do not determine what somebody finds reinforcing. okay? It's the person that defines it. So you have to be checking with that as well daily. What is taking this person's fancy today? What will they be willing to work for? For some of these elderly people, it is just spending time and gisting with them. Yeah, just giving them attention. A lot of the things that elderly people do is to get attention. It's to get attention. If you give them appropriate ways to assess your attention, yes. Sometimes you need to institute things that we call discriminative stimulus. Maybe you will have gist cap. When you put on that cap, it's gist time. When you take it off, it's time for us to do other things. So you see, you are letting them know when and when not to. So it's not as if the attention is not there, but you know, when my cap comes on, then we can get it. When it is off, yeah, you introduce things like that, yes? And you always look at behaviors that the person is doing, like I said before. If you say, stop doing it, so what am I going to do? You have a resident that is always talking, maybe talking non-stop. Okay, talking non-stop. You listen to what they're saying. Because sometimes it can be a mental condition, or maybe the person asks you, it can be a mental condition. Okay? So you've got to look, what is the person saying anyway? All right? For some of those, you may be able to transfer that kind of behavior to the person writing, if they are literate. To the person writing. Can we write about these things that you're saying? Can we have times when it is talking time? Okay? And maybe you can record what you're saying somewhere and listen to it later. Because if I find the talking and if it's reinforcing for me, you cannot just say stop. So if I say, what do you want me to do? But you can think of another way of expressing, of doing that, but that is socially significant, that is socially acceptable. So teaching is very, very critical to the work that you're doing, because a lot of the behaviors you're seeing is as a result of skills deficit. And when there's a skills deficit, you have to teach, okay? And in your teaching, it's got to be you taking advantage of, you know, the naturally occurring situations. Yes, I don't imagine that you will put an elderly person on a chair and you'll be teaching them. You know, it's just taking opportunities, different opportunities as it presents themselves to teach, but always focus. That is why you have to focus on a behavior at a time. This is the behavior that is bothering me. I have gotten data on it in terms of when does it happen. I've monitored it for 2 weeks. I think this is what it's functioning for. So let me see if I can give an alternative behavior to this. Instead of doing this to get my attention, do this and I will give you my attention. And let us see if that inappropriate behavior reduces or, yes? Okay? So we must always be teaching replacement skills. That is where the teaching comes in. You must always be teaching replacement skills. And when we are teaching, first you must probe, like I said. You must make sure that you are task analyzing. And in the process of teaching, you must make sure that you are prompting, because the person may not be able to do. You prompt and you give opportunities for the person to do. Yes? In terms of language deficits, I don't know. I think that, you know, sometimes the person may probably need special non-vocal verbal, like I said. Make sure you have a way for somebody to communicate to you what they need. You know, like things that we can do before, you know, antecedents are things that happen when? Before behavior. Antecedents are things that happen. All right? Put some measures in there. Okay, put a structure. For some of them, maybe a visual schedule will work. I don't know how your residential homes are. I don't know what activities. Give me an idea of what sort of activities the elderly people get involved in. Some of you go do what? You have a facility where you have elderly people living with you. Things that you put in place so the behaviors do not occur. Yes. Like proper lighting, like temperature of a place, like having soothing music in the background, if that will cool nerves, yes, if that will cool nerves so that the person is not aggressing, yes, proper sleep, attending, giving attention, because a lot of things that elderly people would do will be as a result of wanting to assess your attention, and having a structure, having a purpose too as well. You know, every day when you go, what do you come with? Structure of the things that you do. Do you take into consideration their interests? Because before somebody has grown old, they've had a life that they have lived. Yes, they've had things that they enjoy doing. Do you try to incorporate some of these things into the activities? Do they enjoy knitting, for example? That's nice. That's interesting, and that's nice. So do you have a structure? Because you see, do you have a structure of what they do every day? For those of you in homes, do you have a structure? Yes. Exactly. You have a structure. When we wake, so do they know what this structure is? This structure that you have, do they know what it is? They understand it. They know that from this time to this time, this is what we do. Table. From this time to this time, what do we do? Is it time? Oh, let me just say this one last thing. So another thing that we can do also that I know will work for you is to have a token economy. Creating a token economy. Yes, a token economy. What not like, it is a behavior contract. That is, you say to the person you are taking care of that, okay, you come up with, so you say, for every time that they do something, a new behavior that you have taught, maybe they ask for your attention nicely, okay, they get a token, they get something. That token has to be something, you know. Now, you can say, if you get 20 tokens, or if they get 10 tokens in a day, then they can request for whatever it is they want. Of course, this will be done in conjunction with maybe their children. If you are working with them in the home, that, okay, I want to go into this contract with Mama. If she's able to do this, if we're able to achieve this, at least do this number of times a day, this is what she's going to get. You will come into agreement. And it has to be something that she's willing to work for, okay? All right, that helps. And you can make it as complex as possible. It can start from as little as 5. Okay, as she's doing it and you're reinforcing her. See, reinforcement never fails. I'm telling you, it never fails. And teach above the person that you are teaching. You think that you're teaching, but you're actually teaching above that person. Yes, they are not understanding. There's a language deficit. So probing intermittently. Mama, what did I just say? What do you understand? Probing. You teach somebody to do something, give them the opportunity to demonstrate to you that thing that you said, that they get it, that they understand it. Skill acquisition is the answer to reduces behavior. Yes? Okay. So I guess the lunch break, then when we come back, we do the question. We do the question and answer, and then we do the post, yes? Then we do the post thing, okay? All right, sir. After the lunch break, we do the question and the answer session. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
7 years old, I'd spend 2 months in a nursing home, I would have laughed. I never thought I'd end up there. Not yet, at least. But life has a way of teaching us lessons when we least expect it. I went in thinking it was just temporary, a brief stay for recovery. But those 2 months changed me. They opened my eyes to things I had never seen before. About aging, about regrets, about life itself. Some lessons were painful, others enlightening, but all of them were necessary. I met people who had been there for years. Some had family visit them, others had been forgotten. Some were at peace, others were filled with regret. And in those quiet conversations and long nights of reflection, I learned 7 lessons that I believe everyone, young or old, needs to hear. Because no matter how young you are today, one day you will be old too. And when that time comes, what kind of life will you have lived? Number 1. Loneliness is the greatest disease. You might think that a nursing home is just about medical care, about food and shelter. But what I realized is that the biggest struggle is not physical, it's emotional. It's loneliness. There are people here who haven't had a visitor in months, sometimes years. Their children are too busy. Their friends are gone. And no matter how good the staff is, They can't replace the warmth of family. The hardest part of growing old is realizing that the world moves on without you. I learned that loneliness is the heaviest burden of old age, and I wish I had built stronger relationships before I got here. I wish I had spent less time chasing money and more time making meaningful connections. Number 2, health is more valuable than wealth. I met a man who used to be a successful businessman. He owned multiple properties, had luxury cars, traveled the world, but now his body has betrayed him. He cannot eat without assistance. He cannot walk. His wealth means nothing in a place where his own body refuses to obey him. No matter how rich you are, you cannot buy back your health. If I could go back, I would take better care of my body. I would exercise more, eat better, and stress less. Because in the end, what good is money if you don't have the strength to enjoy it? Number 3, material things lose their meaning. I once had a house filled with things, furniture, clothes, decorations collected over the years. Now I live in a single room with a few belongings. And you know what? I don't miss any of it. The things we spend our lives accumulating will eventually become meaningless. The only things that matter in the end are the memories we made and the people we shared them with. If I could go back, I'd spend more time creating moments, not collecting objects. Number 4, independence is precious. Imagine living your whole life being independent, making your own choices, and suddenly you have to ask for help to do the simplest things, getting dressed, using the bathroom, eating a meal. That is the reality of many here. If you can still move, still think clearly, still do things on your own, cherish it. Don't take it for granted, because the day you lose your independence, you will realize it was one of the greatest gifts life ever gave you. Number 5, true happiness comes from simple things. There was a woman here, 85 years old, who always had a smile on her face. I asked her one day, "What's your secret to happiness?" She said, "I don't think about what I lost. I enjoy what I still have." She taught me that happiness isn't in the big things. It's in the simple moments. A good conversation, a warm cup of tea, the feeling of sunlight on your face. When you stop chasing happiness, you realize it was always in the little things. Number 6, forgiveness brings peace. As I spent my days in the nursing home, I saw many people carrying the weight of old grudges, resentments towards their children, past friends, even their late spouses. And I noticed something. The people who held on to bitterness were the ones who suffered the most. It wasn't their enemies who were trapped in pain. It was them. One woman confided in me, her voice trembling with regret. "I wish I had forgiven my sister when she was still alive. Now, it's too late." Those words stayed with me, echoing in my mind. In that moment, I understood. A heavy heart only burdens the one who carries it. I made a choice. I forgave, not because they deserved it, but because I deserved peace. I let go of past pain, of words that could never be taken back, of regrets that could never be undone. And suddenly, I felt free, lighter, as if I had been carrying stones in my heart for decades, and at last, I had put them down. If there is someone in your life you need to forgive, do it now, not for them, but for you. Because at the end of life, peace is worth more than pride. And when the final chapter comes, you don't want your last thought to be, "I wish I had let go sooner." Number 7, every day is a gift. Don't waste it. One morning in the nursing home, I woke up to hear that a resident had passed away in his sleep. The night before, he was laughing with us at dinner, talking about his childhood memories, sharing stories of a life well lived. And just like that, he was gone. In that moment, something inside me shifted. I realized that life is fragile. No matter how healthy, how strong, how careful we are, tomorrow is never promised. We waste so much time on things that don't matter, on worries that never happen, on regrets we cannot change. We hold on to grudges. We push aside the things that bring us joy. We tell ourselves, one day, I'll do this. One day, I'll say that. But that one day never comes, until suddenly, it's too late. The biggest lesson I learned? Live while you still can. Don't wait for the perfect time to enjoy life. It doesn't exist. The perfect time is right now. Tell the people you love how much they mean to you. Make memories, not excuses. Appreciate every sunrise as if it's your last. Laugh every chance you get, because when your time comes, you won't regret the things you did. You'll only regret the moments you let slip away. Every day is a gift. Don't waste it. 2 months in a nursing home may not seem like much, but it was enough to change me, enough to make me realize that life is not measured in years but in moments. And the quality of those moments is shaped by the choices we make every single day. Some people in that nursing home had no regrets. They had lived well, loved deeply, and were at peace. Others wished they had done things differently. More than anything, I learned that aging is not about how many years you have left, but how you spend the ones you do. I no longer fear aging, but I do fear wasting time. If you're watching this, no matter how old you are, remember this. Don't wait until it's too late to value your health, your relationships, and your sense of purpose. Because when you're sitting in a room with nothing but memories, you'll wish you had made more of them. Life is short. Live with meaning. Love without hesitation. And most of all, never take a single day for granted. If someone
for managing, that is when you have like an emergency in terms of destructive behaviors? Do you, because for instance, in your homes, there must be something that you are supposed to do. There must be something put in place to say, okay, when you have this and it is completely out of your hands, something that you can no longer contain, you can't deal with, it's an emergency situation. There must be a procedure that you have to follow. Yes, there's a procedure. Yes, when you go home to work with people, there are procedures that are put in place for emergency situations. Okay, I just wanted to check. So when that happens, you must make sure that you go with those procedures and you follow them. And then, of course, you report to the supervisor that this is what has happened and this was what, we followed through with the procedure. Okay, your geriatric doctors, yes. And you see, the reason why I did not want to dwell on the ethics of what we do is because I know that you are part of a profession, social welfare, isn't it? And in that profession, you have your own ethical code. Just like we have our ethical code in this, our science of ABA, you have your own code of ethics. And of course, you would operate within your own code of ethics, just like we have our own code of ethics. So that's why I didn't go into, yes, so that's why I didn't go into our own code of ethics, because we have our own code of ethics in ABA. Because I know you would have your own code of ethics, and of course you have your, what you do for emergencies and all of that, yes? Okay, so questions for me? I think the gentleman, before we went on the break, he wanted to ask a question, so let's deal with the questions. You guys you can respond to Google Forms now. Yes, all of you can respond to Google Forms, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome, sir.
Your lecture today has nearly turned us psychologists.
But it's not psychology. Psychology is like, the leanings of psychology is different. The leanings of psychology is very mentalistic. ABA is kind of different. It's very practical. What we can see. Psychology is about feelings and mental states. Yeah, it leans towards that a bit. Well, in ABA, no, we don't pay attention. Not that we don't pay attention. Sorry, go on, please.
We are working together to provide this platform for us. Appreciate. Ma,
You can borrow my. Thank you.
The residents are categorized based on their health conditions. And some, they are teachable. When you teach them, they understand, as the lecture has been based on since morning. Some, even if you teach, they don't understand. So for those that are teachable, the daily routine, they understand it. When they wake up, some will go for motivation, morning devotion and all that, and they know the next thing is to bathe, then go to kitchen and so on and so forth. Play games, we have Ludo, we have all that. So they can understand it. But the other group, that they can't even, some of them can't feel. They can't feel that much. At times I feel that they are abandoned because we don't have a better way to communicate with them, to listen to them, and to attend to their needs. So I think we need more information from people like you on how to relate with them. Thank you, ma.
Thank you for your question. I'll address that question because I think that, okay, because in the course of what we're talking about, I mentioned that you may be working with some adults that had neurodevelopmental disorders. And I mentioned a few. I said maybe Down syndrome. I said autism. I then asked, I said, do you have elderly people with you that are non-vocal verbal? And some of you said yes. You have elderly people that don't vocal. But from what you are saying now, you have people that have medical conditions. And because of those medical conditions, their physical activities is compromised. Pardon me? Okay, like stroke. So like you have to teach them again how to talk, how to move. So those people should get physiotherapy for one. So did you get physiotherapy? Yes, so they get physiotherapy. So what you can do is looking on what the physiotherapist is doing, okay? And then give opportunities to practice those things that the physiotherapy is doing, something simple, squeezing a ball, you know, whatever it is the physiotherapy recommends that you do. You just look in and then you try and follow through with that. It can be one thing, it doesn't have to be a lot. Yes, two things just to do. Now, with those that, so when you say they don't understand, you mean the person has like a stroke that has affected the brain. Okay. Okay.
We have people that are not stroke.
Okay.
But they can, some will just be looking at this.
Okay.
Are you getting it, ma? So you cannot.
Dementia is schizophrenia. Schizophrenia. So whatever it is that you are dealing with, there will be people that you care for should have, they should have a diagnosis. Yeah, they should have a diagnosis, and from their diagnosis, because I say that every human being, no matter what their state is, has something that is of interest to them there. So you should begin with that. Even that person that is sitting and looking, what will you bring that will make them turn their eye like this? What would you do? And you see, for some of them, you have to just try different things. What will you do that will get their attention, that will make them turn their eyes this way? When they want to eat, what do they do? When do they make any requests? When they want to eat, what do they do? Yes, but when they are hungry, what do they do? I know they don't talk, but is it like a cerebral palsy? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. When do you catch any kind of behavior, any kind of movement of the eye, of the body, of the limbs? When do you see any kind of movement?
My job is to make sure that they are
okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you do not spend that much. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm.
I will see.
Mm-hmm.
I will ensure that his health
mm-hmm.
is properly taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
But at a point, I will be the one to notice that I will notice there's a specific time.
Okay.
Stipulated time.
Mm-hmm. To eat.
Time for them to play.
Mm-hmm.
Play.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
So I will focus on that. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Be able to communicate and go along with you.
Yeah.
Even if when they tend to play Ludo, no homework.
Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, that's why I'm asking you questions so I can provide that information. Yeah, so I'm asking you those questions so that I can help you. I'm saying to you that.
In sociology, there is a when you for you to understand the behavior, you need to study them. In fact, for somebody, for a particular person who cannot speak, who cannot talk, who cannot feel, there's a way to communicate. There's a way to, when you understand, when you study the person very well, you understand that diagnosis you're talking about. The diagnosis is just to tell you that this person is suffering from so disease. When so disease. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you get me now. The diagnosis is to tell you that this person is suffering from so disease. But I'm talking about somebody, regardless of the disease now, whether alone of that disease or not, regardless of that, the person is already down.
But that's not the natural state of a person. So I'm trying to get at, is it as a result of a medical diagnosis or a stroke or compromised neuro? Okay.
But the point I'm making is that they are already down already. They are not going, they are not like others, they are not throwing. Like those guys, they are categorized as based on their age.
So the state of this person, because this person that you are describing to me is not behaving at all. No, yeah, a category the medication, that this medication makes this person so dead that they are not in touch with their environment. Because you need a behaving individual to shape behavior. You need a behaving person to shape behavior. So I don't know how it works, though. Okay. I don't know how it works.
Use the mic. Okay. From what I understand, he's just trying to ask, he's feeling concerned for the particular resident that there's not much he can do for the person. Now, there are some conditions of person that there is nothing you can do. Now, such medications are just necessary for the person to just stay alive. Because if they take away that particular medication, the person goes. So, from every previous diagnosis and all that, that medication is just there to sustain the person for the time being. Probably the family don't want to cut off life and all that, and they just want to maintain and sustain the person for the time being. So, yes, it's not necessary, it might not necessarily be state of coma per se. Like, I have a particular resident that I've been caring for. Now, the only thing this particular resident does is just to lie on bed and all that. You do everything for the person. And there are medications that are part of the resident's medication that helps him to sustain himself and all that. It's not that he's necessarily in coma, but because of the pre-existing conditions. So if they remove that particular medication, the person is gone. Just give the person a few weeks or few months, the person is gone. So the only thing you can do, for this particular resident, there's something that is unique. You see the resident crying as soon as he sees people praying or worshiping and all that. What we do is that, as soon as you notice that, you either play gospel music for him. As soon as you play gospel music, you see him calm and sleeps off. So no matter how numb or whatever the medication has done, there's still one thing that by the time that thing is present there, that particular resident will be calm. You might not necessarily want the resident to start playing games or doing other things. That's why they say care is individualistic. Thank you, ma'am.
Because I think that the state that you're kind of describing of a person not doing anything, just sitting. Bon. Okay. It's as a result of a pre-existing medical condition. Okay. Do you have the medical history of this person? Okay. Okay. So this, hold on, sir. So this person states, is it as a result of the medical condition? Is this as a result of a medical condition from the report that you have seen? Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. About this group of people that are not even behaving at all. So what we usually say? What I would say in that situation is that you should try and expose the person to different stimuli. It doesn't have to be words. It can be smell. It can be sound. Try and see if you can elicit some kind of response from that person. And the response that you elicit can be the change of their eye or the way their eye brightens or something. If they are not able to move their limbs or speak in response to what you're saying. So expose them to different stimuli, to smells, to sounds, to visuals, and see what it is that you get out of them. Yes? All right. Yes, please. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
You will then be able to identify whatever kind of whatever makes him react anyway. It may be very, very small.
Yes.
There are some that are so immobile, completely numb. Not that they can move. Physically they can move, but they are numb. So they are really not interested in moving. You know? You may find that you introduce some kind of stimuli, and then the person suddenly grabs your arm and holds onto it. That is response to stimuli at that point. Think whatever it was you were saying to the person at the time. Take note. Repeat it. Try it again. See if they respond the same way. Then you use that as a marker. And be sure that at least you'll be able to access his consciousness by doing that. But it's going to take a lot of time. Just be patient. Go through different, yeah.
For people like that, get background information, interview their family, what was their life like, what do they like, what did they find reinforcing, pictures, just get information from their family and introduce that and see. But I mean, if it's a task that you want to take on, you have to stick with it. Interview family, get information about what their life was like. Like we said, get different things from that life that you present to them and see how they react to it. Yes? And watch out for the little reactions. It can be the flicker of the eye. But then again, I say that if this person is highly sedated, it may be difficult to get the reaction. Because, you know, medication does not isolate, it just sedates the whole person. You know? But even if the person is sedated, you will now look at the cycle of the medication. When do they take the medication? How long is it before they get another dose? So maybe you want to try at the later part of when it's going, before they take another dose. I don't know if you get what I mean. When the medication is kind of wearing off, that's if it's a state of medication. Yes? But I think that there's something responsible for a person just being in that state. It's either medical or it's a medication. Mm-hmm. Yes. Another question.
Yes, another question. Thank you, ma. For us that work in their own personal residence, not a home. So in a situation where you are trying to put these things in order, but even their own family, like maybe their children are not cooperating with you. So I'm not even talking of the patient now. So the immediate family that you are living together in the home, so they are like, why are you stressing our father? Why all this stress? Why are you doing all this? Why can't you just try to understand him? So they don't understand that, okay, what you are doing is going to help them. So do you have to start teaching them to, like, the family, before even teaching the patients? Because the family have to understand before the patient will understand.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because in the science of ABA, so you know, one of the features of ABA that I read to you was that it is open and it is accountable. Remember, we are accountable. We don't just say, oh, I'm the scientist, look at me, I've come. You have to get social validity. Social validity is important. The stakeholders have got to, you have to carry them along. If you cannot carry them along, you cannot begin any intervention. You can't. So you have to explain as simply as you can that, so this is what I want to do. This is this behavior with mama or papa, but this is the approach that I want to take. Do you agree with it? If they don't agree with it, you have to think of, you have to ask them, okay, you don't agree with this one. Which one do you think? Can we reason together? You've got to get social validity. The principle is still the same. You are reinforcing. You are saying, we are no longer going to agree for Mama to do this. This is what we want her to be doing. But you have to get social validity. It's important. You have to get their buy. You can't just go and say, no. You have to. You discuss it with them. You know. You have to get their buy-in. If I come up with an intervention and the parents say no, I have to drop it. I have to sit with them. It's really most of you sometimes, but you can do this. You have to think of a way to get their buy-in in that situation. Yes, because you are in the environment. You have to. You have to. It's a matter of where there's you cannot think that your own way is do you understand? It is a principle. And there are so many things to do within that principle. Do you understand? There are so many things to do within the principle.
In some homes, we have an experience that even the family are divided. So some are ready to work with you, but some will tell you, no, you can't do that to my daddy, you can't do that to my father. So they're like, okay, you are the one disrupting our family. And before you know it, they even leave what you are there to do, they bring in another matter entirely, and everything will just escalate like that.
So that is why when you get into that kind of environment, you must you must make sure that you are very professional. You don't cross that professional line. So when somebody comes to you to provide a service, they come to you because they have a problem, is it not? That it is at that point of coming to me because you have a problem that we talk about a lot of things. Okay, so this is what is going on with your mom, this is what is going on, this is what we are going to do. That's when you get the buy-in. So that usually happens when you don't have a plan going in. And as you go in, you now begin to come up with a plan as you go along. Yeah? So, yeah. But if you come to me, it's because you have a problem. And then I say, okay, this is a problem. You want me to come in? This is what I'm going to do when I come in. Mama will have to have a structure. What do you think? What are the things you would like her to do? Every family member will have something they want her to do. Okay, you want her to do this. You want her. Nobody wants their mother to just be sitting there in the house like this from morning to night. No, no matter how divided they are. Even if they tell you only two things, we want Mama to do this. Okay, so this is the plan. This is the plan I have for Mama to do this. Mama is doing this now. It's not socially acceptable. It is because Mama is doing this that she cannot go to church. Because Mama is doing this that she can. But I can teach her to do this so that she can go to church. This one that you want her to do. If we teach her to do this, she'll be able to do it. Look at my plan. This is what I want to do. Then they will look at it and say, okay, we don't like this one. You say, okay, you don't like this one. All right, what of this one? What of that one? Okay? It is asking them, what do you want Mama to be able to do? What do you want for your mother? What do you want? Because you must let them know that you are not a nanny. That's another thing. You are not a nanny, you are a professional. You're a professional. You are either buying what I'm selling or I'm not. I move to another customer. Yeah, you have to draw the line. Unless you go there to present yourself as a nanny. I'm a nanny, to just be following your mother up and down, no. But you're not a nanny. You're a trained social worker to work with elderly people. You have a training. You studied. You have a certification for it. So somebody cannot make you redundant unless you agree with it. That's it.
Thank you. Good afternoon now. Just to add an experience solution that worked for an in-house who wouldn't want to talk or to do anything. Who wouldn't want to talk to anybody. Initially she had a cancer and then a surgery was, taking care of that. Then after the surgery she recovered, but she wouldn't want to talk. She was not socializing. She was just there, just quiet. Every medical checkup confirmed that she was okay mentally, but she wasn't talking. They practically had to force her to eat. So when I met with them for the first time, I told the family if we could take her out, because she was living with her son, maybe we could take her back to where she used to live, her old community could help her. And we managed to do that. There was a change in place. Because she was not really responding to much questions, so I began to relate with her, asking her, is there anybody you miss? Because I saw the reaction on her face when we went out to her former community. It was a different ball game. She cheered up, and that very day, she ate. So I said, okay, something is not wrong. Since something is not wrong with the brain, there must be something that she wants. So we begin to bring out the big family album to open up events that are taking place. So we noticed that there was a particular grandchild that when each time she sees that picture, she will smile. So I told the son is now late. I told the son, I say, why can't we invite this person to come? That her reaction each time she sees this picture is different. Just like when we took her out. So we invited the son. To your shock, very day, Mama talk. Goosebumps all over me. She talked and she began to recover. She stayed for another 5 years before she passed, and her health improved. So sometimes this solution doesn't rely on medication, all that. It could be a little of social life. Take them out. If they are still able, give them a little of social life. Take them to the old market where they used to buy from. Let them just have a little interaction. It is part of solution. Thank you.
Yeah, Yeah, so we talked about exposing her to different stimuli to see which one will elicit some behavior from her. Okay, who else has a question? Yeah, who else? All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the lecture today. On my own side, I tend to relate to every client I meet with. What does their growing up look like? And then from there, I don't know, maybe that's wrong. I draw some conclusion because I feel what they've been doing when they were very young, we still tell when they get to their old age. Quite all right, I believe that every old people become a small baby that, that like when my brother was talking the other time, I was going to ask, like, if you have a small baby, like a day-old baby, all they do is to cry. They can't talk that they need this, they want this, or they want that. It's only when they are becoming toddler they will be throwing, like, when they change you change the TV, this thing, I don't want. But actually my question is, some clients that we meet, that they are extremely mean, and their major this thing is to, pound on the carer. You understand? At times intentionally they will carry something useful, destructive, wanting to, So that's why I said most of the time I would just do some analysis on my own that I was interacting with a friend of mine, said, he's trying to recommend me to a client who extremely stubborn. This man has 2 wives. The first one relocated to US. The second one that they married said the first wife have to come home so that they can take care of daddy together. And then the first wife is saying, in our youthful age, this is how you treat me. These are things that you have done. And at the end of the day, you end up marrying the second wife. So why do you want me back home when you have the second one? Apparently, the second person they married was just after Baba's money. So when she comes, she ransack the whole house, collect money, and leave again. And Baba will go like last week, I was telling my colleague here, they had to send for one of his sons from US to come because he got missing. They don't know his whereabouts, Onílé ọlọ́nà tó kàn rìn káàkiri tó máa ṣe bí ẹni pé kò tiẹ̀ sí anything. So let me go back to my question, that people like that are extremely wicked and mean, how do we, because I'm like, if you can do this, even when you cannot lift your hands again, you can't do things by yourself, and we were hired to assist you in your daily living and all that, and at the end of the day, this is what you are doing to us. I don't know.
Okay, so I said a few things about behavior, whether you like it or not. I said a few things about how people acquire behavior. I said 2 things about how people acquire behavior. And one of the ways people acquire behavior is from consequences over the course of a lifetime. Yes? It shapes behavior. Okay? So yes, Baba has a learning history of assessing things with that behavior. He's got a learning history of assessing things perhaps with that behavior. Yes? Then again, there are certain neural conditions that could make a person become aggressive, because there are different parts of the neuro. I know, I'm not a medical doctor, but in the bit of psychology that I did, there are different parts of your brain that could be impaired that will make you more aggressive. Okay? So barring that Baba has a medical condition that is making him, because you are telling me about a grown man that is getting lost and wandering around. So that tells me that cognition is somewhat impaired. That his cognition is impaired. All right? That his cognition is impaired. So if you're working with somebody that is aggressive, or they're aggressing towards you, what are the things that you do to protect yourself? Because we work with children, that are quite aggressive. Some autistic children would have developed a compensation to really be aggressive towards you because of their learning history. That is how they have gotten by. If I bite you, then you leave me alone. If so sometimes you have to wear like guards, things on your body, so that when they bite, they cannot access. Yeah, and because they can't access your body, that behavior kind of goes on extinction. But at the same time, also know that it's a deficit, okay? It's a deficit in something. It's a deficit in socially communicating. So why is he actually being so mean? Is it across board? Is he mean to his children? Do you see him being verbally abusive to his children? Is he mean to his children? Is he just, is it just yourself? I was in a place one day at the yacht club, and one very old Indian man came in, elderly, came in with his children, yes, and he saw me sitting down, my husband, and he came to me and said I should go and get him water. Just talk to me as if I was a servant person. Do you understand? I did not feel offended because I looked at him and I said, this is an old person. Perhaps when he was young and he was growing up, people like me served him that look like me, dark like me. So when he comes into a place like this, that you have a lot of white people and I'm the only black person, you see that conditioning of that the only thing I'll be doing there is get me water, just kicked in for him. Do you understand? So his children came to apologize to me, but I said, I understand, it's okay. I understand. So there's so many, there's so many factors variables to Baba's behavior. So for me, I would say that Baba's behavior is out of your hands, it's away from your level. So his family probably needs somebody like my services to come in and observe, take notes, watch the different situations while he's doing that, and come up with an intervention for someone like you to put in place. But if you find that the aggression is a bit too much, then you need to have a chat and pull out, because you can't get, if you keep telling them, Baba needs to see a psychiatrist, for example, he needs to see a psychologist, he needs to see a behavior analyst, he needs to see a professional to help with this behavior, because it's becoming very challenging for me to work with him. Because you cannot take that on. He's not aggressing against you. It doesn't have anything to do with you. It doesn't, that's what, see, I said, I hope everything you've learned makes you know that. People behave to assess things. It's not about you. It's not about you. He has a history of learning that when he does that, there's something that he gets with that behavior. Either that or there's something going on in his neuro, and he needs to see a psychiatrist so that he can get medication that will help suppress those aggressive tendencies. However you look at it. Yes? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So you said something about not giving attention to bad behaviors. Now, what about in a case where there's a resident that we call it her moods, because she's someone that in the morning, normally when you go and meet her, she has a favorite person. She would stretch her hands, greet you, good morning, how are you? But then on other days, she just turns aggressive. Like even when her favorite person goes over, she would still pinch a person, like she would still act aggressive towards the person. And she's someone that even if you don't give her attention, gets to a point she doesn't even care. The only thing that we can even feel is when she wears herself out, when she sleeps, she wakes up. We then go and meet her, she won't even realize she has done something like this before. And there are cases where we've told her, like, okay, I'll call your elder sister for you. That's someone that she reveres a lot. She'll be like, please don't call her. Then she would calm down. But other cases, even when we tell her, we'll call this person for you, she'll be like, yes, call her. What does she want to do? Things like that. How do we cope with that kind of a behavior?
So you have said something very critical for me, that there are days that she does that. So you need to observe what about those days? What are the things that happen on those days? You have to pay attention. Because you said there are days that you will go, there are days, are they just random days, or can you tie it to certain things happening? Yeah, but if you are not keeping track, if you've not taken time, you could think it's random, but there could be a pattern. Is it after they haven't come to see her? Also tie it to a lot of things. Is it family visits, the length of family visit, the favorite person that she likes? Does the person take days off? Because behavior is usually related to what's happening in the environment. And like I said, that environment can be physical or internal. Because if you have a case of somebody doing something and they can't remember what it is they've done, okay, so that's some kind of medical condition. So another thing I'll ask is, all these elderly people that you have, do you have services of psychiatrists? Do they visit? Do you see? Because because this thing is not only you doing everything, it's teamwork. Psychiatrists, physiotherapists, occupational, all of those people coming together, and behavior analysts such as myself coming together, being part of a team to solve a problem. That is it. No, it's not. It's not a one person's job. Because with that behavior that you are saying, there are lots of variables that are producing that. Trust me, there is. It's good enough for us to say you don't know it. But determinism says that there is a reason why she does that on those days. There is a reason. But you don't know those reasons. Those reasons could be in your physical environment, or those reasons could be internal. If it's internal, it is a psychiatrist that will use some set of tools to assess it, or a medical doctor, and say, okay, this is what we find, this is what we find. So you say, oh, yeah, that is why she's doing that. But having said that, you go to her, she's aggressing, she doesn't want to, she's saying that. I think you should, if the behavior is for attention, it's ignoring it. The reason why it goes up and up and up is because you've put the behavior on extinction. Also understand that. When you put a behavior on extinction and it's no longer assessing what it's supposed to assess, it tends to do this first, then it will come down. So you have to be aware of that. Anytime you stop, like when you go back now, you say, I'm not going to be giving attention. That is why when you take that away, you must give a replacement. If you want me to do this, say this, give me this card. Do this, something simple. Give me this card. Because if you just take it away, anytime there's an extension procedure, just think about it. A child is walking with grandma, and when she's walking with grandma, if she's when they are passing the akara seller, when she cries, grandma will give her, oh yeah, efun they will give her akara. Then one day, they pass. She does nothing. She will cry louder. The next thing, she'll fling herself on the ground. If she flings herself on the ground, that's an extinction burst. That's a burst. What? Because grandma has put the on extinction. He's no longer assessing akara. So I must say, it's not working. Okay. It's not working. Okay. It's time to fling myself on the ground. Yeah, it's time to bang my head. It's time to do this, caca everything. If I go all that way and it doesn't, the only time you will keep stepping up is that when she gets to a particular point, you intervene and you reinforce. The next time you start, you're starting from that baseline. Because if when I fling myself on the ground and do this, grandma now gives me akara. Okay, so it is no more it is flinging myself on the ground and scattering. That's where we start from next time. That's where we start from next time. So you need to be careful. You see, and when if you are not taking data and keeping record, you will say a lot of things that are not accurate. I'm telling you, you will say a lot of things that are not accurate. So that is why, monitor, keep data, keep records. Because it's your records. The human memory cannot be trusted like that. It can't.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So I wanted to speak regarding what the other lady said. We have a resident, a man that we've noticed that is like a womanizer. So if he doesn't get what he wants, he starts punching. But then he doesn't
he can't do anything again. He can't do things for himself. He needs people to assist him. But then you want to assist him, and when you are assisting him, he's holding your waist. He's holding your waist. So I noticed that the best way to answer Baba, if you want him to actually do something for you, is to just allow him to. Is it right?
I don't know. No. It's not right that you let him do that with you. But I'm wondering why you will not let Baba have a girlfriend, for example. I mean, since he still enjoys that, why doesn't he have a girlfriend? Let him have a girlfriend. It doesn't matter. He's not functioning, but he's rubbing your waist. Let Baba have a girlfriend. Talk to Baba's children. People should find a babe for Baba. Hey, why can't his wife call me? Baba needs a young person. I don't know, something, Sha. Yeah. But I really don't think that you should let it be you. I don't know. I don't know what your ethical code says about that. But I don't think you should let it be yourself. Because what you're teaching him is that he can do that with caregivers. And that's not correct. So Baba should have a girlfriend. You should talk to his family. Your dad is still interested in women. Please, what can you do? You need to arrange somebody that will come and visit him, and he will have private time with the person so that he's not messing around with caregivers. So when you have a caregiver like that, you have to, because human beings will assess, do you remember I said it? A human being will assess the behavior that they want. If you don't let them assess it like this, they will assess it another way. So it doesn't matter. Exactly, it doesn't matter. So you're reinforcing Baba with Robin? No, I don't think you should do that. Well, I think that you should get Baba a girl, so you will have private time. You understand? You have private time, yeah. All right. I hope that's the last
question. Concerning what you just said, Ma, you said the Baba has dementia, but yet he remembers. It gave me a question just now. What will you do when you have a resident that he forgets the fact that he has eaten, he has taken his bath, anything, but the hurt, any little thing you did to him that, let me say, he considers as hurt, 1985, he will remember it next 10 years. How do you handle such residents?
I don't know. He's remembering the hurt that somebody did to him. How does it affect the fact that he doesn't remember that he's eating? Does that, when you say he doesn't remember, does that, because you see, there is a daily activity, okay? You have eaten. Does that make him quick requesting for food? Yes. Okay. This person, can he write? Do you have a way of recording? So simply what you do, you see, we call it permanent products. While he's eating, you take a picture. And you document it. Let him see, let him have a visual schedule of what he's doing. Because that can be tasking, so I don't remember.
What makes him not do other activities?
That they're remembering that this person, so what is he assessing with that behavior? What is Baba assessing with that behavior? When he starts to recount hurts, what does he assess for him?
Most times he wants to have that monopoly of, let me say, okay, the fact that I want to get at you. For example, now he doesn't want to date. And because of the fact that you have to give him that grooming, you say, this one you have to do it because of his condition and all that. Without the bathing, without that grooming, the other activities will not take place. So now you have to do it. And when you have your way with it, he considers it as you have offended him, you have hurt him and everything.
Why doesn't he want to have a bath though? Just doesn't. Dementia. He thinks that he has had a bath. So what is it? Okay, so can you think of Okay, hold on, hold on. Can we think of making bath time more? Can we pair bath time with something reinforcing? Can you think of pairing? Can you think of a process of pairing? What does Baba enjoy that you can pair bath time with? You know, things like, so you think of this person is resisting this particular thing. What can I pair that particular activity with? So that that thing will, it will rub up, because it happens all the time.
I did a practical course just because I discovered that man loves food.
Okay.
So what I started doing is that when do you want to take your bath? He will say 7. I will tell him that about 7 is time for devotion. So we'll wait after devotion so that you can have your bath. I did it for a while. So what I did is that I target the time that is for breakfast. Breakfast is by 7:30. I will personally delay his bath to about 7:20. We'll start waiting. I will now be very sluggish with it. He'll be looking, hearing the sound of plate and everything. He'll be like, look at what you are betting me. I've not taken my breakfast and all that. I'm like, tomorrow, when would you like to bake so that we can start on time so that you can eat on time? He'll say, when do you want to bake? I'll say, 5 o'clock. It's okay, no problem. But as time goes on, he begins to deteriorate and it was one not just working. And if you don't get him that morning grooming, certainly there are a lot of things that
That's it.
cannot go. So as soon as you just have your way with that grooming, trust me, you are his enemy for the next 2 weeks.
What I will still say is that you need to pair grooming with something reinforcing that Baba likes. You need to think of that, because that is what I would think of if I'm in your position. I will think of, because whether you like it or not, you need to, so that is where children and all of those interviews help you, because you get information about Baba and things that he enjoyed or things that he likes. Maybe a particular type of music, maybe. He doesn't like yeah, that's all the more reason. Well, so what aspects of bathing? What is it? Is it the pouring of the water? Is it the soap? What? Because for me, if I come into a situation like that, I will look at it critically and say, what is the aversive? What is the aversion with bathing? I would. Yeah, I will look at the process. Aha! Now you are talking. Now you know. What so yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's not easy. Okay. So can you have a picture of that female gender in the bathroom? I don't know. You must pair that process with something. You must pair it. You must pair it. You must pair it with something. You will it see? So Baba likes hold on. Baba likes he likes female, likes women. So if you have pictures of different women in his bathroom, yeah. If you have, or you have a video playing and you're seeing different beautiful women, that's pairing. That's pairing. You are transferring something. Baba is not aware of it. He's not aware of it. He just sees pictures of beautiful women in his bathroom. You pair. The feelings that he has with those, we transfer into that process that you're doing. It's happening every day, all the time. That's it. So you're conditioning. You're conditioning. That's what you're doing. You're conditioning things. You're conditioning reinforces things, you know. Because Baba is in a place, he's having some feelings, he wants some touch, and you must also provide that, because even though a female cannot bathe Baba, a female can give Baba a massage. Yes. He can get a massage. You can talk to his family members. Yes. Yeah. He can get a massage. And he can get that massage after having a bath. Non-preferred activity, we call it high P, low P, preferred, non-preferred. Baba can have the massage after a bath.
And there's always an issue after the reward. Ma, you can call it as a reward.
Yeah. What is the issue after that? Baba wants to have intimacy.
The last time I tried to do that massage,
It's not you now.
No, not me. Not me. I actually, I was working with a female ATM on board that day.
Okay.
So I asked the female ATM to help me to do this while I go out and get something to come back. Before I came back, something was already moving there and auntie has to leave the scene.
Moving where?
I don't know if you get it.
So Baba is still sexually active. Okay, so you see, I really don't understand this. Do you know that is a natural? See, that is so natural. You see, that is one of the things that you get from being a member of a human race. If a man is sexually active, just because. It's not correct because you see, that is having too much power. Do you understand? It is.
This thing is common in Africa. I think it has become a common thing in Africa. Most of people have just said, when you have a father that is still sexually active, you want to deny them of that privilege. And it will not work.
No work. That's why you're having all those behaviors from Baba. If you settle him properly, have a conversation with his family, he should have a companion, even though he's in a home. And he should know when this companionship is going to happen. So. Because of his medication. Anything, yeah.
So, although when we tell him, okay, have a bait, we'll give you the wine, he will comply. But he not going to persist that, where is it? When will you give me?
Meanwhile, there's no wine. No, so that's wrong of you. You cannot present something that you cannot get. Getting somebody, there must be something else. Getting somebody off, alcohol. If you discuss it with doctors, there are so many ways to go about it, to make the wine itself aversive to the person that you don't want to. So that's a different type of conditioning. Can condition something somebody likes and it becomes an aversive, but that's completely different. So stop promising things that are not there. Yeah, don't promise things that are not there. Yeah, don't promise things that are not there. Do what it is. Yeah. Give choices that are available, that are real, that will be there. Okay? Give choices. All right? You can't have this, but look, you can look at this one. You can have this, you can have this, you can have that. Yes? Yeah. Okay. All right. You guys, well done. I cannot do your work. That's the truth. I can't do it. I can't do your work. So you guys are... Which excesses? Which excesses do you want to curtail? And then they become aggressive. Some of them can become aggressive.
Workers who are willing to work. So what I do now, those elderly one who comes in and misbehaves, Baba Eshora, what's up, you cannot get your home. Then I don't get a long nigga. I go one see the tech, go one see. And then you know that I know it. Sometimes I turn it, I change it for them. And I say, I'm happy, we need our rotation. It's frustrating.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Ma. My question is, how can we create more awareness for relatives to understand what their parents, want, their needs, and their expectations. Because I'm saying this by my experience. I remember when we wanted to take up a client, so we had to go for an assessment. I actually was the person that assessed the clients. So, Baba in particular, when I engaged him, he said that he needed a female carer. So, but because of the children said that Baba should have a male caregiver. So when we got the service started, Baba did not, he refused care most times. So the children had to, I think one of the children that was still around with him and said, Daddy, why is it that you are frustrating our efforts? That you know that we pay so much for this care. Baba said he needed a wife, not a caregiver. And that was how we ended the service, because we couldn't continue. So my question is, so what can we do as in terms of awareness for these people to understand that their older parents still at least have...
You do assessments before you take on clients. So the process of doing assessment is where you get your buy-in and all of these things. So when a patient can advocate for themselves, they are part of that process. So when they come to you, we need you to do this, the patient is part of it, because the patient has got to advocate for himself. So that is it. So like at the big, so Baba or anybody that is involved says, oh, I don't want this, I want this, I would like to. So you just, because know that these are the 4 areas they're going to be dealing with. Leisure. Okay, leisure. What does this person do for leisure? What do they enjoy doing? Okay. Now, and again, when you have a resident that all he does is just sit in one place, he doesn't have any. So you have to think of places to take them to, organize social events, not within your facility. Think of different venues that you can take them to. See, all of you, develop a community of social engagements for elderly people. In fact, make it trend so that even other people will come and drop their parents there. Like have a venue where you are going to have dance today. Have a venue where they are going to play, because some of these people were people, intelligent, had active life. We play chess. Can you have a chess championship for elderly people going? Yeah, can you do that? Can you have dancing? But because if you go, they have days that they go and do bingo. They have days that they go and dance. They have days that they visit the museum. They have days that they do different things. So you need to go around your environment and see art classes. Art classes. Take them to a place where they just do art. You know, take them to a place where the ones that are able, learn to play music. Or just listen to music. If they want to dance, they can dance. So feel their lives. That was what I meant when I said, in time. Make sure that your facility is timed in, with reinforcing things. Don't let everything you do be around, play Ludo, do this. I don't know, but I'm glad to know that families come to you for care. So when families come to you for care, design a proper care plan. If you talk to the family and you think that this person needs professional help, you tell them that, oh, your dad needs this, he needs this, he needs that. Get that team together. So that you're working with a team to say, this is what we're providing for. But because it is at that point that you say, this is the plan that we're designing for him. For his social life, this is it. For communication, this is what we plan. For leisure, this is what we plan. Is there something that perhaps Baba or Mama will be interested in learning? Because that too keeps the brain going. Brain plasticity, learning new things. Can it be a language? Can it be a skill? Yes? So different things, gardening, planting. There's pleasure in that. Have a garden. They plant things, they go and water it, they watch things grow, they harvest, they talk, you know. So things like that. Even nights of debates for the ones that are cognitive. Well, let us debate about this social issue because they are watching television, different social issues. Have newspapers available, magazines. Yes, let there be time in your facilities, time in. So that Baba is thinking less of people's waste and their bomb and, you know, because, you know, that could be another thing, boredom. And that's the only activity that is available to him. Yeah, that's the only activity that is available to him. He's bored. And so it is at the point of that assessment that you design the plan. You don't make it up as you go along. You don't make it, because if you already tell me that this is what you need, then you say, we also need this. I'll say, this person is not serious. So you do your assessment, you know what Baba's deficits are, you know what his needs are, and you put a plan together and you submit it. That is the time where you have the buy-in from, yes? And then you say, okay, every quarter we'll be reviewing. Look at this plan that I made. Baba is now doing this, is now doing this, is now doing this. This is what we're struggling with. You update that plan. Yeah, that's how it goes. It can't just be you just making it up as you go along. It's not professional. So just be professional about it. Since, you know, you do your assessments, after you do your assessment, come up with a plan, review the plan maybe every year. Once a year, you call the family together. You want to review Baba's plan. Baba himself is present because he can advocate for himself. Yes. Once you are professional about it, the family will listen to you because they know they are dealing with a professional. They will pay attention to what you say. Yes? Okay. I hope this is the last question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like in a home, you know, it is not easy for you to get a wife for a client, except in their home. So, you know, some of them are in the home. So when you try to let the family understand what the father is going through and what he actually wants, they won't answer you. They'll tell you that father is old, just let him remain there, let him eat for the rest of his life. That is one. Because we have many of them with us. And some of the elderly, there is a woman, she will purposely do things. At times, she'll fake as if she's fainting. Why nothing is wrong with her. And after some time, you might have rushed down, Mother, what is going on? What happened to you? This and that. She won't just calm and hold her breath. Maybe after some time, or maybe someone may just go in and say, I want to punish Kara. I want to punish her and tell her, I haven't started. The one I'll do for her tomorrow will be worse than this. No matter how you convince her, she'll do that thing for some time, later she'll stop, and then she'll start all over again.
So what is that behavior getting for her?
Even if it is attention, at least you all rush down there.
Exactly. And yet, you know, the behavior is getting, what is she assessing? And another thing again is that, so if you tell me about this kind of person that is full of drama like this, I would say, okay, she's cognitive, Abi. Can you introduce her to writing plays? Can she begin to organize drama in the house? You see, you have to think of outlets. Yeah, for people's imagination. Yes, you have a resident that speaks a lot of grammar, is always talking, has an opinion. Can you do a presentation about something to the other inmates? Maybe how to take care of themselves. Yeah? Can she write a play or read a storybook and make it into a play by working with somebody and organize acting class? Do you have people that are good in carpentry and can teach other people? Do you have people that are good in dancing that can teach other people? You have to make people useful, have a purpose. That's why I keep talking about the time in, so that nobody wants to be fainting. They will miss out a lot of things because a lot of things are happening. The environment is timed in. Interesting things are happening. Nobody wants to be seizing their breath. I'm missing out of fun things. Do you understand? People that like to sing, do you have a choir? One night, evening of entertainment, the choir will come and sing to everybody. You have to, because these are people and their life, and this is the end of their life. You have to make it interesting. See, and these things that you're coming up with must be tailored towards the individuals. It must be so, because you can't force something on me that I really don't have any interest in. So you must know what the individual, what their interests are. You must know. You cannot be a blanket, all of you, go and do this, no. In fact, I really don't know what the fixation is with bathing in the morning, if you ask me. I really don't know. I don't know, because these people, where do they go? If you bathe at night, must you? I don't really, please forgive me, but I don't know what the fixation is. I really don't know. Please, I'm not saying that you shouldn't bathe your people in the morning, please. I'm just expressing our opinion, because Baba may probably had a bath before he went to bed. Because you should think of these things. That these are people that used to make decisions about things that they will do and when they will do it. Now you're telling him you must have a bath and you must do it now. He's looking at you and saying, Adema Wele. Yeah. Because part of the behavior of a lot of people you're dealing with is attention, but it's also control. So you must give choices. But what time of the day is more appropriate for you to? Of course, you don't want to encourage bad behavior that, I don't even want to bathe at all. Do you understand? But you play it by the air. You make clinical judgments. It's individual. Okay, you don't like this morning bath. What time? Just look at everything you are doing today. Tell me, time. Abi? Baba has one or he has perfect. I don't know. Make it easier. Make their life a bit more enjoyable. They are old. Come on. They're old. Let them have a bit of fun. So relax, because when you relax, you have less pressure. You have less pressure. Better by yourself. All this one that when they touch, you will do. In fact, that one that you are doing likes the drama. It doesn't. He's not doing anything. He's enjoying your drama. He will do it again. Simple. So you have to watch out for things like that. Know that behaviors are assessing things for people. Yeah? All right, people. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Akinade. It's been nice having you with us, and we hope we'll see you again very soon. Nice. We will round up today with a closing prayer. Mrs. Zamba.
Father, we thank you for your mercies, for your blessings, for your favor, for your grace upon us, upon our lives, upon our families. We thank you for bringing us here safely. And we ask you, Lord, to take us all back to where we came from, safely to the glory of your name, in the mighty name of Jesus. We thank you, Father, for what we have done. We thank you, Father, for what you have done. We thank you, Father, for what you are doing. And we thank you, Father, for all we know you shall continue to still use these trainings to do in our lives, in the mighty name of Jesus. We know it is not by our power, it is not by our might, but by your Holy Spirit. Father, grant us knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to be able to put to good use all we are learning. May your name continue to be glorified in our lives. In Jesus' mighty and merciful name I've prayed. Safe journey. Have a wonderful time.
Don't disappear yet. You're taking pictures now. I've sent pictures to your phone. Oh, the one from yesterday. No, the one. No. I'll send everything together. I'll have them by tonight. Okay, let's step back. Wait.
All of my praise and adoration, that's all I'd ever bring to you. Nothing else will matter but the satisfaction, knowing I lived it all for you. Take all of my love and my devotion, if that's all I'd ever bring to you. Nothing else will matter but the satisfaction, knowing I lived it all for you. So take all of mine. Take all of my yeah. Take all of mine. Take all of you are the most I can shama jua. Ale alusano boa. Kima ke kima shadua. Tanimba fiya we no replica. What can put us on that? I see never need to say no that. Macho na me da number. Oh you are the most I can shama jua. Ale alusano boa. Kima ke kima shadua. Tanimba fiya we no replica. What can put us on that? I see never need to say no that. Macho na me da number. Take all of my praise and adoration, that's all I'd ever bring to you. Nothing else will matter but the satisfaction, knowing I lived it all for you. Take all of my love and my devotion, that's all I'd ever bring to you. Nothing else will matter but the satisfaction, knowing I lived it all for you. Alelele, everything is your power, everything is your role, we don't fear nothing. Stand at the microphone like you're showing up something. And it's constant and it's right, but you won't just get inside it. I won't take a sit down, I won't take a breathe, I won't keep my chupa. Elevation, adoration, don't stop, you can go on and on with me. Shama with me, keep my coming. Territory, where you mark your territory. You can take all of the territory. Take all of my Take all of my praise and adoration. That's all I'd ever bring to you. Nothing else will matter but the satisfaction, knowing I lived it all for you. Take all of my love and my devotion. If that's all I'd ever bring to you, nothing else will matter but the satisfaction, knowing I lived it all for you. So take all of my take all of my yeah, yeah. Take all of my take all of my you are the most I can shamajuba. Ale alusano boy. Kima keki mashadua. Tanimba fiya we no replica. Wakamputa sona. I see never need to say no da. Macho na me da number. Oh you are the most I can shamajuba. Ale alusano boy. Kima keki mashadua. Tanimba fiya we no replica. Wakamputa sona. I see never need to say no da. Macho na me da number. Take all of my praise and adoration. That's all I'd ever bring to you. Nothing else will matter but the satisfaction, knowing I lived it all for you. Take all of my love and my devotion. That's all I'd ever bring to you. Nothing else will matter but the satisfaction, knowing I lived it all for you. Alelele. Every day is your power, every day is your role, we don't fear nothing. Stand at the microphone like you're showing off something. And it's constant and it's right, but you only just get inside it. I won't take a sit down, I won't take a breather, I won't kiss my chupa. Elevation, adoration, don't stop, you can go on and on.